Monsignor Landry, where did that prayer come from?
That is the prayer that begins the Mass for the election of a Roman pontiff. So Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re would have prayed that prayer yesterday, together with practically all of the 407,000 priests across the globe, celebrating that Mass in the communion of the Church for a successful election. And many of the priests will be celebrating that Mass this morning in their churches all across the globe. And so if there are any listeners or viewers who have the ability to get to Mass today, you'll hear that prayer at the beginning of Mass after your Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy, and Lord have mercy.
Now, let's remind everyone what is happening in the city. So you had the extra omnes, of the 252, those who are not electors, so we separate out the 133 who go in. They're here praying around the city, right?
That is what they're asked to do. So some are taking that responsibility very seriously. Some might be too infirm to go out and do it, and they'll be trying to do it privately. But yes, that's the commission for them, to guide the church outside the Sistine Chapel in prayerful solidarity with those inside the Sistine.
And a few of them, I'm assuming, are doing television. Yesterday, I noted on one of the sets here in St. Peter's Square that Cardinal Walter Kasper, I believe, was one of the guests on German television. So you're not bound, you're bound by what happens in general congregations, but beyond that, you are free to speak.
And to give, I think, pastoral guidance of what people should be thinking about and praying for in these moments. I will say that it was interesting to find out that Cardinal Zen is already home. That may be because of the deal that he made with the government for his visa to be able to come participate as much as he could, and then, of course, go back to the flock that he is tending to there. I assume that that might be the case for some of the others who are only here for a small amount of time, that they also have business back home as the church in some ways continues. Well, let's go back to these voting blocks. I think it's important to think about when we might get smoke, because I do want to make that promise to our EWTN family that no matter what, we will be here for that moment. And we do have the chimney cam that is available all day. No matter what program is on EWTN, that cam is there. You can see the famous seagull. You could pray for the seagull not to have its little feet burnt, whatever it is that you want to think about. I mean, you did say that, Matthew. You have a lot of experience with this.
Yes, trust the seagull. If there's a seagull and he's sitting on that chimney and it starts heating up, you're going to see the seagull. He will start dancing and then he will take off.
Unlikely that you'll see him there when the smoke is actually coming out, which is, again, another indicator.
Yeah. But you're right. The seagulls themselves are all over the city. They're all over St. Peter's Square. And every time there is a chimney cam, the odds are pretty good that there's going to be a seagull somewhere around there, in part because they like the view. But it's a great view. But the other thing, too, is that the chimney cam is one of the great ways of just enjoying and taking part in some fashion in this. The crowds, as we know, after each ballot are going to start gathering like they did last night. I think the estimate from the Vatican City was about 40 to 50,000 people. So that itself is an indicator of the intense interest of people here. So each time there's a vote, and they all know, they keep track of it, they're going to start showing up, and you'll see these crowds gather again in expectation and hope that they'll be in the square when white smoke comes.
Well, doing our expert math, we've figured out that around 11:30 we'll probably see something happen this morning, or we'll see nothing, knowing that that was an inconclusive vote and they've gone on to the second part of the voting session, and then we'll see something around 12:30, 1 o'clock. We will be here, EWTN family. On radio, of course, we'll be describing the situation for all of you so that you also can be included in this very important moment. How likely, gentlemen, is it that we'll see white smoke this morning?
Based on past history, and every conclave is going to be a little bit different, based on past history, unlikely. But literally anything can happen. We don't know, for example, if somebody would have gotten 60 or 70 votes on the first ballot yesterday, and if that's the case, this morning could be conclusive. We just don't know, and so we accompany prayerfully, and we're ready. Remember, every Advent we get that command for Jesus, which isn't just supposed to be for Advent, which is stay awake, be vigilant and pray. And that's what the whole church is doing in Advent of the new Vicar of Christ.
Yep. History tells us a few things. If we go back, I believe it was in around 1503, the election of Julius II, it took basically one ballot. They didn't have 133 electors.
I was just going to say,
let's
they
put
didn't
it
have a lot
that
of choices, yeah.
Right, it was pretty clear that they wanted Giuliano della Rovere as their pope. If we want a good example of the shortest, certainly in living memory, 1939, 3 ballots to elect Eugenio Pacelli, Pope Pius XII.
Mm-hmm.
He was a colossus of a figure going in. It was sort of astonishing that it even took 3 ballots to get him elected, but that's how
They
it
wanted
worked.
to be sure.
Exactly. And it is believed that after he won on the second ballot by a small margin, he asked for another one, basically to ask for the support and consensus of the Cardinals, which he got, so that extended. So you could argue it was 2 ballots. But you're right, it's unlikely that we will have, in this second ballot, a victor, but again, anything's possible.
But about half of the votes in the last century have finished on the second day.
That's right.
So even if it's not this morning session, the odds are substantial that we could have a new Holy Father today. So it is important that Catholics pray hard today and be vigilant and pay attention to what's going on, because there's a good chance we'll have number 267.
Yeah, Pope Benedict was elected on the 4th ballot.
That's right.
So it would be basically the first ballot of the afternoon on the second day, and Pope Francis was also elected on the second day, but on the 5th ballot, so the last ballot of the second.
Both of them within that second session of the second day. And we do have a graphic to share that I think shows the average of these days, how significant it is to be able to really count over the last 100 years. How long has it actually taken, just so that we get a sense of what that looks like. Some of these names, you know, when they're so well known, or when, again, there aren't that many choices, that does definitely affect the number of votes. It is interesting to see 3 days for John the 23rd. That's a long time, I would say, for someone who seems like he was a pretty well-known individual. So I don't think that there's anything here that shows us that we're really going to leave today, you know?
Right. Well, and what's interesting is when we go back on this, what we do know, the longest was for Pius XI in 1922, in part because they didn't have a strong, obvious candidate. And so you ended up at the end of the day with what I think was, everyone would agree, is a great pick, Cardinal Eccelirati, who became Pius XI. In 1958, with John the 23rd, his election, you had the same question: who was going to succeed this giant, Pius XII? 1978, the first one, was very swift, as we've seen, with the election of John Paul I, Albino Luciani. The problem was that in the second one, after he died after 33 days, there were no leading Italian candidates. You had names that lost to history: Cardinal Baggio, Cardinal Benelli. But they had sort of already been scrutinized and set aside in the
Because
first
the vote
conclave.
was so quick, yeah.
Exactly. But they had also decided that, okay, they're not our pick for Pope. So the process then began broadening out, and that is how we ended up with Karol Wojtyła. If we're looking for possible historical similarities, I think the one in 58 and the one in 1978, the second one that led to Karol Wojtyła, might be something we could look at for this one. So it may be a little longer.
Because Wojtyła was the first non-Italian in 455 years, and so they wanted to make sure that they were getting it right if they were going to be first electing a non-Italian, which is a little risky, and electing a 58-year-old, which according to the standards now in 2025 still probably has a pacifier in his mouth and obviously too young to be elected somehow. Regardless, as people look, if Cardinal Pietro Parolin is elected, it would probably be pretty quick, because people know that he knows the scope of the papacy. And so if today there's white smoke, there's a possibility that it would be Cardinal Parolin. If we start going on extensively, that's where the College of Cardinals are going to be taking something that's going to involve a little bit more risk and therefore a little bit greater deliberation. And so we all just wait prayerfully, vigilantly, for them to do their job, confident that the Holy Spirit's trying to help them maximally.
And as you said, I think our job today is pray. I tell everyone just that me time is really important, that time in adoration. Make sure that you're asking the Holy Spirit.
And watch the chimney cam.
To be a part of this. And yes, absolutely. You can watch the chimney cam and stay with EWTN all day. We will be here as we promised. We will be back in a couple of hours, definitely online at 11 o'clock here to bring you the news of what is happening in the square, whether there's a vote or no vote. And of course, if it continues, we'll be here throughout the rest of the time. But count on one thing as well. If we do have white smoke, we will be your resource so that you can get to know this human being that is going to be leading the church, if it's a young person, for quite a long time. So thank you, EWTN family. We will be back with you very, very soon. God bless you.
Let's talk a little bit more about that, because I think that grips so many of us. Maybe it's like we don't want to look bad in front of others. We want to make, could be a perfectionism.
In my ministry at St. John Institute, Father, I find it's the biggest one that Catholics face, because we're so well educated.
I want to bring in NBC's Claudio Lavagna at the Vatican. Deborah Lubov is an MSNBC Vatican analyst. Father Timothy Kasecki is president of the Jewish Conference of Canada and the U.S. So, Claudio, we've been at conclaves together. I remember the intensity and the anticipation. What's the feeling there right now?
Hey, Chris. Well, this is my third conclave, and I can tell you that it always just sends shivers down my spine, because you are watching a centuries-old tradition unfold. The election also of perhaps one of the biggest and most powerful leaders in the world, the leader of 1.4 billion Catholics. And this tradition just keeps unfolding exactly in the same way by the minute. But it's also so colorful, so touching, so incredible to watch every single time. And it's just happened right behind us with St. Peter's Square that you can probably see in the distance. There were hundreds of people watching the procession into the Sistine Chapel and the Cardinals swearing an oath on maxi screens. And when that ended, and then where those closes to the Sistine Chapel were closing, there was this big round of applause. So people here are starting to feel it, are starting to feel that something very important, that something historic is happening. And of course, all eyes from tonight on will be on that chimney that I can see from here. It's probably too in the distance for you, but it's the chimney on the Sistine Chapel waiting for that first smoke. We'll see whether it's white tonight. I mean, in recent history, it's never been white on the first ballot, but who knows, you know?
Yeah, they're
happen,
getting the feel of the place, but you never know. Anybody who predicts what's going to happen in a conclave is maybe a little bit of a fool's errand. Deborah, from 12 years ago, when we had a conclave before, a lot has changed technologically. The world is more interconnected than ever before. Certainly social media has been blowing up. I saw on one blog today someone saying, is there a service I can sign up for so that if it happens in the middle of night, it wakes me up? There clearly is international interest in this. This is a global church. Are you seeing the internationality of this, not just in the media, but in the folks who are down there on St. Peter's Square?
Well, certainly it is undeniable that there has been an incredible presence from different continents throughout the Vatican. It's also true that it's still the Easter season. It is one of the busiest times in the Vatican. It's also the Jubilee year. All of this coincided with Pope Francis's death and coincides with this conclave, this historic conclave. But anyone you speak to, they're all very moved to be here at this moment, whether or not they had come out for the conclave itself or if they're here to be part of it regardless.
Yeah, great history being made. Father, Francis was the first Jesuit pope. I think I might have said Jewish, which would be a shocker if you were head of a Jewish organization. But and I apologize for that, but he has appointed the most geographically diverse College of Cardinals we have ever seen, many of them getting together for the first time over this last week or so. One Vatican watcher said it was kind of like speed dating. You know, you're trying to talk to everybody. You're trying to see where everybody stands. Do we have a sense of how that works? I mean, some people say, look, that's great. Like, it really helps to sort of bridge some divides. Or I've heard from other people saying, actually, I've had to take some people off the list, add some other people potentially to the list, because now I'm hearing about so many different possible people. What's your sense of where this is right now as they make this first vote?
Well, it's true. Of the 133 electors who are present in the conclave, Pope Francis appointed 108 of them. But there's a certain mystery to it because, as you noted, a lot of them do not know each other. And they're not only getting to know each other, but for many of them, this is the first time they've ever been to a conclave. So, it's not like an election, and there is an election, but it's not like an election where there's polling and canvassing and there's some indicators. Really, we know nothing of what those electors are really thinking and praying about. We're only going to find that when we see the outcome of their vote.
Yeah, one of the curiosities is, if I can make a comparison, which is a bad comparison, Deborah, to the U.S. election, a lot of people, after all of the attention on it, were shocked to hear some people saying, I'll go in and I'll make up my mind when I'm actually in the ballot box, when I'm in the voting booth. Is there a sense that at least for this first vote, most of the Cardinals pretty much know where they're going by the time they walk into the Sistine Chapel?
Oh, that's anyone's guess. I think that a lot of people know what issues are important to them. So each of these cardinals in their mind have been praying about who they think should be the next successor of Peter. And they may not know who that individual is. And that's why it has been so important that they've had this quality time in order to get to know each other, because otherwise it's hard for them to know which way the Holy Spirit is leading them. But they're depending on exactly that.
Yeah, the New York Times was talking about how the Cardinals discussed everything from war to sexual abuse. I'm sure the finances, Claudio, of the Vatican are also a big topic. Quietly maybe holding some spin sessions. Other people have called it dinner table lobbying. They get together. Many of them have, the American Cardinals have been over at the North American College. Some of them have already been over at Casa Santa Marta. What is the buzz that you're hearing going into this conclave? How wide open is it?
Well, certainly they're not just looking for a pastor, they're also looking for an administrator. As you mentioned, the Catholic Church is going through a financial crisis, so they will need someone who just needs to put that back in order. They had, as Deborah was saying, they haven't really met each other before they arrived here for the funeral of Pope Francis and for the days following that, but they had 9 days to not only know each other and get together at dinners and lunches, but also during especially the general congregations. There were these meetings that took place every single day where each cardinal had the opportunity to talk, to address, to say who they're looking for in the next pope. Not names, just who they think, what subjects, what themes, what's his personality, what are his ideas. So they had time to know each other, and if we see black smoke tonight, as we expect, because historically that's what's happened, unless we have surprises, they still get a chance tonight to meet over dinner, because it's all secretive, but not for them. They will just get together in the Domus Santa Marta, that is the guest house inside the Vatican, where also Pope Francis decided to reside. They're all sleeping there, and also in a next door building, but they can all eat together. So once the first vote is done, they can start, looking at numbers and see who is getting the most votes. And maybe if one cardinal got 1 or 2 votes, maybe those 2 votes are going to go to someone else who has more votes and who may be similar to that cardinal they voted for, so they get more chances to get their men through. So you see, this is a lot of politics, but also at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, they're not just looking for a next Pope Francis. They are looking for perhaps continuity, because that's possible, because obviously 80% of the cardinals who are voting were appointed by Pope Francis, but also they're looking for an administrator, someone who can perhaps fix the financial scandal or the financial problems that is going through, Chris.
So an easy job, in other words, just, 1 or 2 things that you have to worry about. Father, there's also the question of first. We mentioned that Pope Francis was the first Jesuit Pope. We could see the first Asian Pope. We could see the first Pope from Africa, the first from America. All of those things are in conversations out there. At the same time, when they took that oath, they swore to avoid secular politics per se. Do you think geography, and by that I mean particularly looking at where the church is growing as opposed to, say, Europe, where the church is not, will and should play a role in their decision?
Yeah, I appreciate that distinction that they're not supposed to take secular politics into account. But I would maybe fine-tune that a bit and say that they're not supposed to take constitutive politics. So they're not there exclusively to represent their part of the world, but they come from that part of the world. And as you noted, this is the highest percentage of non-European cardinals in the history of the church. It's also the largest conclave by far in the history of the church, more than double the number of cardinals from 100 years ago. So they're going to think about that growth of the church in what we often call the global south. And that is going to influence their vote. The other thing I like to reflect on is that the secrecy in the conclave is not cloak and dagger. You know, it's not something of a Dan Brown novel. The secrecy is so that every elector recognizes that he's listening to God and the Holy Spirit. And so that's also a part of where does God see the future of the church. And I think that they are going to look at the global south, where the church is growing the fastest.
Just imagine anybody out there not having your phone. One cardinal said, "How am I going to wake up? I use my phone as my alarm clock." I'm sure that they've figured that out in the meantime, something a little less high tech. Claudio Lavagna, Deborah Lubov, I hope you have your sleeping bags with you. Father Timothy Kasecki, thank you so much for being with us.
Get more now from NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter at the Vatican, Father Sam Sawyer, president and editor-in-chief of America Media, and Kathleen Sprose-Cummings, professor of American Studies at University of Notre Dame and MSNBC Papal analyst. So, Molly, we are just on the cusp of this conclave. Walk us through what's happening right now.
Anna, it is finally here. So we are just off St. Peter's Square, and I'm looking around. You can see huge crowds behind me. Of course, the world's media also out here. And people are coming down, trying to figure out what's the timing, what's going on. But this is nothing like what it's going to be in just a couple of hours. I'll walk you through the timing as we know it. Anna, you already mentioned that in the next kind of 15 minutes, we're told that the 133 cardinal electors under the age of 80 will gather in the Pauline Chapel. There will be a prayer, and then they will process to the Sistine Chapel. And the Sistine Chapel is where all the action happens. During that procession, they will be singing something called the Litany of Saints. And that's seen as kind of the guiding hand that will help the cardinals choose the next leader of the Roman Catholic Church. Now, once inside, they will take that oath of secrecy. I know we'll get to that. But during this whole period of time, we will actually be seeing this on a live feed from Vatican TV. Once, though, extra omnes, everybody out is declared, and the doors of the Sistine Chapel are closed, Anna, that is when the live pictures stop and all the action officially begins later today.
What is the energy like there on the ground right now? I can only imagine the sense of anticipation.
Yeah, Anna, we've been talking to people all day. We've been here all day, and people are excited. There's a little bit of kind of anxiety, I would say. We're already seeing kind of some different country flags flying. But I'm told, and Anna, this is my first conclave that I've covered, I'm told that in a matter of hours, as we get closer and closer to that smoke watch, there will be thousands and thousands of people, flags waving, eyes trained on that chimney, and that this is nothing compared to crowd sizes that we're going to see in just a couple hours.
Yeah, they're going to be growing behind you as we continue throughout the morning here in the U.S. Kathleen, this is a day based on thousands of years of history. Just how important of a day is it for these cardinals, but more importantly for the Catholic Church as a whole?
It's certainly important for the Cardinals. It must be weighing on them incredibly, but it's a day for the whole church, and really the whole world is watching. We wish we were all in Rome, but our hearts and our eyes are on Rome watching this historic moment. Yes, it is steeped in tradition, but there are some elements of this conclave that are new. It's the largest one ever and the most diverse.
Father Sawyer, in less than half an hour, these cardinals are going to begin their walk to the Sistine Chapel to start this process where they're going to take that oath of secrecy. Talk to us about that. What's in the oath, and why is the secrecy of this process so critical?
So the oath is that they will not reveal to anyone outside the conclave what happens within or the voting. And really what it's designed to protect is the ability of each cardinal to vote his own conscience, to vote for the man he believes is best suited to be the next pope in conscience. So the secrecy, though, is not just the oath. There's also elaborate procedures around the way the ballots are cast and mixed and read to make sure that even the cardinals within the conclave can't tell who voted for whom inside the Sistine Chapel.
And why is it so important, that secrecy piece?
I think really it's guaranteed to make sure that the cardinals are not coming under pressure. You know, certainly over the course of the history of the church, we've had times where the papacy was seen as sort of a political prize to be won, where sometimes it was bestowed within families or, you know, there was financial or political pressure on it. So a lot of these regulations and these procedures around the conclave protect against that. But now in contemporary circumstances, I think really what it preserves is the integrity of each cardinal in his own conscience, in his own prayer, figuring out where he thinks the Spirit is really calling the next leader of the church to move, what kind of man we need, and what sort of issues he needs to pay the most attention to as he takes up the mantle of the successor of Peter.
Kathleen, again, this is a process steeped in history, but also with some modern adjustments, like the cell phones taken away. There are signal jammers. Can you tell us more about these modern-day changes for this conclave?
It's really extraordinary in a day and age when so little is secret. We know almost everything about everything, and we find out in real time. Yes, the procedures are dramatic, and we will probably find out eventually. They do take an oath of secrecy, but news has a way of leaking out. We'll find out more surely in time, but we won't know anything for a long time about the dynamics and what is happening, what will happen inside the Sistine Chapel in just a few hours.
And we know there's going to be that first vote today, Molly, at least that's the expectation. We've talked a little bit about the white smoke and the black smoke we'll be watching for on the outside. Black smoke meaning no pope elected yet. White smoke saying we have a pope. But what does the voting process look like inside the room?
Yeah, and Anna, I'll get to that in 2 seconds. I just wanted to share with our audience that a loudspeaker just came over the hushed crowd. Alex, what did they said? I'm just checking with my producer. They said that the procession's about to begin. So they're basically announcing, Anna, there are huge screens up here right now. It shows the whole square, but they're announcing to the crowd what's about to begin. So I do think we're going to see these crowds grow as people come to watch the procession on those screens. As far as the voting, that's right, black smoke, and it is very unlikely that a pope is chosen on this first vote. Black smoke means no pope. White smoke means there's been a 2/3 majority. And that voting inside, we're told, happens very silently. I actually spoke with our NBC News Vatican analyst earlier this week about kind of this past week, which is all politicking, all kind of lobbying and vote tallying and subtle campaigning before they actually go inside. Take a listen to how he described kind of the atmosphere in the final few hours before the conclave begins.
Father Sawyer,
what are these final hours like?
I
think the final hours, what we're seeing is a lot of vote counting happening behind the scenes. There are certain cardinals that are, in a sense, whipping votes. I spoke to a cardinal yesterday who said to me, look, one of my jobs is to sort of figure out where the votes are going and which direction they're heading in, and to say, have you considered this guy or have you considered this guy?
So there's a whip.
Of course there's a whip. I mean, every U.S. senator looks in the mirror and thinks, I could be president one day, perhaps. Most cardinals think that as well at some point, or they at least think, I would like to see that guy as pope.
So, Anna, what I thought was so interesting is all of that is happening during the general congregations, especially in these final hours leading up to the actual conclave. But once inside, we are told there are no more speeches, no more campaigning, no lobbying, but it is time to put the cards on the table. And this first vote, even though we're not expecting necessarily to see that white smoke, is so significant, Chris says, and our other Vatican analysts, they explain as well, because the first time that cardinals are putting pen to paper, their cards are on their table, and they'll see internally who the front runners really are.
Father Sawyer, and I'm sorry, by the way, for stepping on the sound that Molly just tossed to. That was interesting to hear from Chris White. But Father Sawyer, 133 cardinals from 70 different countries. This is the biggest, the most global conclave to date. How significant is that? And what do you see as the impact and how it might make this conclave play out a little differently?
Well, I think it's very significant. Certainly, the numbers mean that whoever's elected Pope will need ultimately 89 votes to get to the 2/3 mark, which is a huge number. And as far as we can tell, in the conversation among journalists and what cardinals have been willing to say during this last week and a half, no one's anywhere near close to 89 on the way into the conclave. So this first vote really will establish sort of what the possibilities are for the cardinals within the chapel. But I think that the great diversity, the way Francis expanded the college, and particularly the way he brought in cardinals from places that had never had cardinals before, it's really gonna bring in a number of different priorities that we haven't necessarily seen enter the conclave before. So concerns about how the church is doing in the peripheries, concerns about climate change or about issues of poverty that really are central in this conclave, maybe in a way that they haven't been before.
Okay, much more of our conclave coverage still just ahead. Molly Hunter, thank you. Father Sam Sawyer and Kathleen Sprouse Cummings, please stay close.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell in Rome, where, as you can see, smoke from the Sistine Chapel is black. And that means that the 133 cardinals inside have not elected a new pope.
This was the first vote taken since the conclave started earlier today. The cardinals will now return to Casa Santa Marta House. Good evening, everyone. From Rome, I'm Maurice Dubois. It has been an evening, an afternoon of watching and waiting. Here we are in the most advanced technological time in history, and the whole world is staring at a chimney for hours.
That's right.
Waiting for smoke, and it finally came.
And I mean, look at this crowd, and this went much longer than anyone expected. Let's bring in Monsignor Anthony Figueredo and Delia Gallagher, who covers the Vatican as a reporter. Great to have both of you. Monsignor, we were wondering whether something has gone wrong. This went very long.
We need to remember that both the last two pontiffs were elected on the second day. That makes tomorrow even more important. There's going to be a lot of prayer, a lot of maneuvering this evening in order to suss out those top candidates, the leaders in this conclave.
And so, Delia, 3 hours for this whole thing to go. Does this seem about right or too long? Or
I think
short?
It might be about right. We'll be able to double check that tomorrow, because we've got more candidates now that are in there trying to get their votes in, and probably the black spoke what we expected tonight.
All right. Well, it is 9 o'clock, and no doubt the Cardinals are probably hungry and ready for dinner. They have an early start tomorrow.
And tired, too.
That's right. Once again, black smoke from the Sistine Chapel, signaling to the world no pope has been elected. The 133 voting Cardinals will resume bright and early tomorrow.
Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a special report for CBS News. Alongside Nora O'Donnell, I'm Maurice Dubois in Rome. Do have a good afternoon.
Welcome back. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You've been watching a CBS News special report following the completion of day one of the Papal Conclave inside the Sistine Chapel. Just after 3 o'clock on the East Coast, just after 9 in Rome. This evening in Vatican City, black smoke rising from the Sistine Chapel, signifying a new pope has not been elected today after the first vote. The conclave of 133 Catholic cardinal electors from 5 different continents began 16 days after the death of Pope Francis. The cardinals locked inside the Sistine Chapel. They began voting after proceeding inside, beginning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. So a candidate for Pope has to get 2/3 of the votes plus 1 to be elected. The last 3 popes have been elected in 2 or 3 days, making tomorrow all the more crucial. And I'm told by our producer, who is on the ground there in the square, saying that black smoke is still being emitted. Let's go ahead and go to CBS News Papal contributor Candida Moss, now on the phone. She is also an Edward Cadbury Professor of Theology at the University of Birmingham in the UK. Candida, good to talk to you. This was mostly what we expected. We didn't think that maybe after one vote with so many ideologies, so many cardinals in one room, that we would have a pope this soon.
That's exactly right, Lindsay. We expected that maybe perhaps Parolin would go in with an advantage, but the idea that a pope would be elected on the first ballot, that would be absolutely historic, and it has never happened before in recorded history. So this is what we expected. We just expected black smoke a lot sooner.
And so I don't know if you've been able to see any of the images, but there are tens of thousands of people there to watch this part of history. Such a unique process. We know people have traveled from all over the world just to be there. What is your reaction to the crowds that we're seeing take this in?
Well, the crowds are both a tribute to Pope Francis in the way that he's really re-energized the church and welcomed people back in, and also a kind of sign of hope for the future. One of the reasons people gather there is precisely because of the very tangible quality of the smoke that we can see emitting over the Sistine Chapel. It makes people feel included in a process that is very guarded and secretive.
And so you had mentioned one of the popefuls, Cardinal Pietro Parolin of Italy. Can you go through some of the others that we will be watching? I know Cardinal Tagle of the Philippines is one. Cardinal Pizzaballa of Italy, also another. Can you talk about who are some of the biggest names that you're watching?
Yeah, so Cardinal Tagle, who was also someone we were talking about in the 2013 conclave from the Philippines, he is someone we think of as more liberal. He's called the Francis of Asia. And he's someone who we could see really taking on board the Francis mantle. People have also talked about Matteo Zuppi of Bologna, who similarly has been really interested in outreach to the poor. And they've spoken a great deal about the conservative Peter Erdo from Hungary and the similarly conservative African cardinals Peter Turkson, Robert Serra, and Fridolin Abongo Gazungo.
Now, in the special report, we did hear the Monsignor talk about the maneuvering that might take place after this, and it looks as though the smoke has stopped emitting there from the chimney in the Sistine as I'm watching these live pictures along with you. But the Monsignor had said that there could be some maneuvering to suss out what's happening. We obviously don't know the way the votes went. Those of us who saw the motion picture conclave can have an idea of what the maneuvering looks like, but do you agree that there will be some discussion, maybe some sidebars that take place inside the Sistine or the Casa Santa Marta tonight?
Yes, absolutely. This evening over meals and also on sort of strolls and things, there will be maneuvering. And in the first ballot, as in the movie Conclave, there would have been about 30 to 40 votes that were just cast for individuals or a couple of votes for a particular cardinal. And those are the votes that will be up for grabs tomorrow morning when those cardinals reposition themselves behind the front runners.
And remind us of previous conclaves. I know that in the last 3 popes that we've had have been either elected in 2 or 3 days. Pope Francis, I believe, was elected after 5 ballots. So, you know, he obviously, in those first 4, wasn't the one to get the most votes. But what has history taught us about how long this could go and sort of the surprises that are along the way?
Well, the shortest conclave in history was only 10 hours, but that was a long time ago. And the longest, as we've heard, throughout the day lasted over 3 years. And in fact, the cardinals had to be locked in order to force them to make a decision. For the past century, we haven't seen a conclave go longer than 4 days. And the reason for this is the cardinals want to appear united to the world. If it takes too long, then the church appears divided, and it appears much less as to be operating under the auspices of divine power if they just can't make up their minds. So we should expect to know probably before the weekend, either tomorrow afternoon on East Coast time or on Friday. We should expect to find a new pope.
Okay, Canada Moss, you heard it here. Thank you so much. Let's now go to CBS News special correspondent Nora O'Donnell in Rome. And Nora, you were spearheading our coverage all morning long of the solemn processions that we were witnessing as the Cardinals headed into the Sistine. And now what a juxtaposition with the cheering that we just saw now with the emission of the black smoke.
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary day filled with anticipation as the Catholic Church is at a crossroads deciding who will be the next pope. And just incredible because we've been waiting now 3 hours and 14 minutes since they closed the door and put all those cardinals in a lockdown for their very first vote. Typically, when we look back at the last couple of conclaves, it was around 8 p.m. local time that we learned that the smoke came out and that there was, not a pope chosen. It's now past 9 o'clock here in Rome time. So we all started to get a little nervous and sort of wonder what's going on. Why is this taking so long? One of the reasons is there are more cardinals. Remember, this is a conclave unlike anyone we have seen before. Why? Because there's much more cardinals and a much more diverse group of people. And so I think, many of them are new to this process as well. So I think that probably accounts for why this took a little bit longer. But as soon as that black smoke came out, the 45,000 people that were in St. Peter's Square reacted, and they've been waiting along with us. We're on top of a convent, and the nuns are all up here as well, trying to get a sense of whether a pope would be elected tonight. But so the other thing people are thinking about right now, too, is the average age of these cardinals is over 60 years old, and it's 9 o'clock, so they're likely tired. They're likely ready to have some dinner, and they've got a long day tomorrow where they have to be back in session at 9:15 a.m. local.
I was going to ask you more about the logistics because I heard you and Maurice talking about how they must be hungry, and I was hearing some of your coverage this morning. I don't know if the basic pasta is tonight. I mean, curious minds want to know. It's not just that I'm pregnant and have food on the brain, but what are the logistics now about what the rest of their night looks like? And so 9:15 in the morning, you said Eastern time, so that's 3:15 in the morning that they start tomorrow?
No, 9:15 local time.
Okay.
So I'm living on Rome time. I'm here, and hey, just like you, I think we're hungry too. It's 9 o'clock. It's past dinner time for us too, so I can only imagine how those cardinals feel. But yes, so again, it's 9 p.m. Here in Rome. So they've got to get back to the Casa Santa Marta, which is the guest house where many of them are staying. They will have dinner tonight. There will likely be some conversation. And then, of course, they're going to try and get some rest. And they are scheduled to start again inside the Sistine Chapel at 9:15 a.m. local time. And they've got to have 2 votes in the morning before they are expected to break around 12:30 local time. And then they have a break from about 12:30 local time to 3:45. And then again, 2 votes after that because they want to get in 4 votes tomorrow. And I heard you mentioning earlier, of course, Pope Francis was elected after 5 votes. So tomorrow could be a very big day, not only the voting, but of course then the waiting that then happens, the crowds that build in St. Peter's Square. Then, of course, when the Pope is announced and appears in that loggia, that balcony right there in St. Peter's Square. I was here 12 years ago when Pope Francis was chosen, and it's the most incredible thing in the world. It's like nothing I've ever witnessed. People just cheering. The bells in all the churches in Rome are ringing. And so you can already sense that a lot of people have made trips here and they're anticipating. But tomorrow's going to be a big day, and no doubt many of those involved are tired.
You had mentioned just the sheer number of cardinals and how that's making the process different this time around. But what about the diversity in geography of where these cardinals are representing and the ideological diversity as well?
It's a great question. 133 cardinals are voting inside the Sistine Chapel. It is the largest and most diverse group of cardinals. Traditionally, the Europeans have accounted for more than half of those electors. For the first time ever, it's less than half. Why? Because the number of cardinals is growing in Africa and in Asia. And so they have larger voting blocks, and also because the number of Catholics in those parts of the world are growing. That's why there's been some speculation that just as Pope Francis was the first Pope from the Americas, from South America, that maybe we would see the first Pope from Asia or the first Pope from Africa. It's too soon to tell. Or you could have a return to the Italian Pope, which has been the traditional type of Pope. But I think largely what Pope Francis was trying to do is make sure that the church goes out to the peripheries, right? That the church grows, and so that's why he appointed so many cardinals and bishops. But we'll see now, because, and that's why I mentioned, I think, when we first started talking about the church being at a crossroads, because as many people are saying, what will this Pope be able to do? Will it be continuity or change? Can it be both? How will the new Holy Father move the church forward? Will the new Holy Father be someone who is perhaps more calm, not as unpredictable as Pope Francis will be? But also, the church is shrinking. And of course, the finances are in trouble. There's a big piece in the Wall Street Journal about the finances at the Vatican and some of the concerns with that. So there's a lot on the future agenda for whoever becomes the next Pope.
I loved your interview with the Cardinal from Canada, who said it's not an either or, change or continuity. It's going to be both. But you also posted something fascinating on X in terms of the digital shield around the chapel. Can you go into that for us?
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things about this conclave that I think fascinates everybody, and why it turned into that Oscar-nominated movie was, of course, the secrecy surrounding the conclave, right? I mean, the Sistine Chapel in itself and the Vatican, right? I mean, so fabulous that they're in the Sistine Chapel.
Most fascinating conversations I think you have, whether every cardinal wants to be Pope, and really some of the experts you were talking to said it's such a daunting task that most act church, but also fascinatingly, Nora, their age, because when we talk about some of the front runners, Cardinal Tagle, Cardinal Pietro, they're in their 60s, and that's generally considered young for a Pope.
That's right. That's right. I mean, right, there's a lot, and you have to kind of be the perfect Pope to deal with all of the challenges that are ahead. But I think based on everything that we have heard, they want to continue the pastoral approach that I think symbolized Pope Francis, right? This continued outreach. However, there seems to be an idea that they want someone who's perhaps a little bit more calm, a little bit more predictable. Something like that would favor the Secretary of State, Pietro Parolin, who's the number 2 at the Vatican, which I learned today. He is actually the longest serving advisor to Pope Francis. So was, you know, part of his inner circle. They weren't maybe necessarily close friends, but certainly trusted in this initial vote that it would probably from now if someone reveals that. But the delay of the Philippines, because, you know, someone who has been to the Philippines, you know, 80% of the Philippines is Catholic. It's growing. Cardinal Tagle, you know, there's a charisma about him, if you will. You know, there's video of him on the internet singing, you know, Imagine. You know, he sings and dances. He can appeal to younger, someone who they've been calling him the Asian Francis, could be a Pope Francis II. However, everything that I read in the papers today, and then talking to people, Philippine Cardinal, who has gained some new attention because of remarks that he made last night, and that is Cardinal David, also of the Philippines. So again, it's too hard to tell, but I think one of the things to just think about is, well, many of these cardinals don't know each other well because they are from far-flung places. Many of them have been here for the past week and a half, and they have been having meals together. They've been listening to one another, so they have been getting a sense of one another, sizing each other up, and having conversations about who should be the leader of the church.
Nora, you brought us the tea. Hopefully tomorrow you get plenty of espresso. Thank you so much. Let's bring back CBS News Papal contributor Candida Moss now on the phone. Candida, I'm sure you've been listening to my conversation with Nora. Anything you want to add?
Well, I think Nora is exactly right when she talks about Cardinal Tagle. It seems as if his association with Francis and his personal charisma may actually hurt his chances with more conservative cardinals in conclave, and also their age. Both Cardinal Tagle and Cardinal David, who Nora mentioned, they're relatively young. They are 67 and 66, effectively. And that's a liability for the Cardinal. Someone who might last for 30 years as Pope, well then, what if it turns out you didn't like what you got? So it's easier for an older Pope to be elected, and as Nora said, someone who is in one of the top positions today is going to be a front runner tomorrow. And that's where we're seeing people moving around. When Pope Francis was elected, he was actually in second place on the first day, and then overtook the favorite Angelo Scola on the second day. So we may see something like that.
And Canada, to continue with some of my questions just on sheer logistics, we're talking about 133 cardinals and more support staff. Just sheer logistics-wise, where are they all sleeping after dinner time? Are there enough beds at Casa Santa Marta?
Well, there actually aren't enough beds at Casa Santa Marta. It was built to house 120 people, and there are 133 of them, so some of them have to sleep elsewhere. It's very cramped, both in those quarters and in the Sistine Chapel. And when you look at the images of the Sistine Chapel and the tables and the desk setup and the chairs, I have to say those chairs, which are used at a number of events around the Vatican, are very uncomfortable. So for this group of elderly men sat for hours on end in the Sistine Chapel, the whole affair, it's not just that they're cut off from the outside world. There's a lot of physical discomfort to this, and people have remarked on the food that they don't have as much of a say, and it's quite plain, in part to make sure that no one is smuggling messages in and out of conclave.
And we know that the digital shield is real, the sequestering is real, but Canada, it's my understanding that while the Cardinals are here during conclave, there are avenues for them to have confession. Am I right?
That's exactly right. And that's important because you can imagine this is a very emotional time for the Cardinals as well. They just lost their Pope. They are engaged in what is effectively politics. And so confession is a very important aspect of their lives as they wrestle with their own motives and their own emotions. Being Pope is obviously something that we can imagine a Cardinal aspires to be, but at the same time, it is physically grueling. There might be leading candidates who are confessing that they don't actually want to be Pope.
Canada, thank you so much. I do want to bring in CBS News Papal contributor Francis Rocca, who is in Rome. Before we talk about the actual emission of the black smoke and the significance of all that and what you're watching for tomorrow, just talk to me about the current scene there, because it looks to me like the square emptied out.
It did. It emptied out very quickly once people realized that there was nothing more to wait for. People were anxious. It's gotten pretty cold here, even though it's May, and so people, I guess, were anxious to go have dinner, as are the Cardinals, I'm sure.
And what do you make of today's vote? I know that this was expected. We know that it came a little bit later than expected, but what is your take?
Well, I think people were puzzled and speculating wildly, and I was too, about why it was taking much longer, at least an hour longer than we thought. But I think it was that they have 133 Cardinals voting instead of 115 last time, and each person votes. It's not just flipping a lever, it's a ceremony. So that explains the extra time. And as the first ballot is traditionally the time when you sort of see who the front runners are and try to assess. That's what a Cardinal told me yesterday. He said we won't really know where things stand until the first ballot. So this is the point of departure, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have a decision tomorrow. That's quite possible. Historically, that's been the case.
And
in
so
recent years.
Nora told us 9:15 in the morning local time they will reconvene, and then there will be a 12:30 break. Is that correct?
Right, and now if they elect someone in the first ballot tomorrow morning, we could get smoke at 10:30. If the smoke starts at that hour, we know that it's white, because they wouldn't. Otherwise, they'll wait till lunchtime. Yes, they'll have the break, then they'll come back in the afternoon, 2 more ballots.
Are you expecting more crowds tomorrow, knowing that the last 3 popes have been elected in 2 or 3 days, knowing how significant tomorrow could be for this process?
No, absolutely. I think those people will come out, especially since, the weather's been pretty nice in general. As I said, it got chilly this evening, but people will come, absolutely, because, as you say, in the last couple of times it's happened in the second day.
anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Well, I guess if, let's say, it goes beyond tomorrow, things are going to start getting interesting and people are going to start speculating a lot. The longer it goes, the more unpredictable it becomes.
Okay, Francis Rocco, you'll be there to guide us through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news coming in. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking right now after the U.S. slapped Canada with 25% tariffs. Let's listen.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. And should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the President, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our borders secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brosseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels, sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border, as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies. A partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade. And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the President and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm. From expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses, we will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day, because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois ont été stressants et honnêtement épuisants
All right, while the Prime Minister is speaking in French, I want to bring in CNN's Paula Newton. She's joining us from Ottawa, CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Paula, I've covered U.S.-Canadian relations for many, many years. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, right on the border with Canada. Our family used to go to Canada, to Ontario, Crystal Beach. Every summer we had a home there, so I spent a lot of time growing up effectively in Canada. I have never seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship deteriorate as seriously as it has right now. The Prime Minister of Canada saying the U.S. has declared a trade war against Canada. Have you ever seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship as bad as it is right now?
Absolutely not, Wolf, and I echo, your thoughts. In my entire lifetime, Wolf, in terms of what you speak and that very close friendship between Americans and Canadians, I have never seen anti-Americanism reach this height in my entire lifetime. And I want to note, Wolf, that was the Prime Minister, the man who will not be permanent Prime Minister much longer, probably a matter of days. And it was really Justin Trudeau unplugged, saying that he could speak to the American people themselves in a blunt, forceful way, because he doesn't have anything to lose now politically. And I do note that he basically said, Donald, addressing him directly, you are a smart man, but echoing the words of the Wall Street Journal, this is a dumb thing to do. He also made it clear, though, to Canadians, Wolf, that, look, he's not going to sugarcoat it, and this will be tough. Wolf, what's interesting here is that so many people across Canada are echoing what the Prime Minister has said. We have had leaders of provinces say that they're actually breaking up with America. And make no mistake here, Wolf, this will hurt Canadians. This will really bite. But it will also hurt many Americans as well. In terms of what happens going forward, Wolf, this is escalation. And Justin Trudeau is putting the United States on notice that there will be escalation. Key, though, he did speak to those strategic industries. When we talk about critical minerals, we've heard so much about how many Ukraine has. Canada arguably has some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world. They were willing to certainly open themselves up to even American companies that wanted to come in and try and exploit that and try and clear some of the regulatory hurdles. It's clear the Trump administration was not interested. Well, this is a decoupling, not just from Canada, but certainly many, many Western allies. And Europe right now, who've also been put on notice about tariffs in April, are taking note. What happens next? We continue to see the fallout. We do hear that more measures, including what we've discussed weeks ago about things like U.S. alcohol coming right off the shelves in Canada. That's just one example of something that will hit Republican states like Kentucky that will not be able to sell much of their bourbon into Canada at all. But there is so much more here at stake. Key is energy, both oil, but also natural gas and also electricity. And Canada on the table right now has a threat of putting an export tariff on that, which will instantly make
Paula,
energy
hold on for a
much more
moment, because the Prime Minister has started taking some questions from reporters. He's speaking about Vice President Pence right now. Vice President Vance right now. I want to listen.
Very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington, and they have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that there is nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs, underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
The United States has announced it's suspending aid.
Questions, the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, and saying that basically this idea that the reason for these tariffs is because of fentanyl is a false pretext. And he talks about all the things that Canada has done to crack down, and that less than 1% of fentanyl
that was seized at the U.S. border was from Canada. Elena, it struck me, you're at the White House, and I'm wondering, he talked about how he hasn't talked to Trump yet. He hopes to. He tried to appeal to him directly, saying Donald. And he said, you're a smart man, but this is dumb, saying that he agreed with the Wall Street Journal. Is there any reaction from the White House, Elena?
From the moments that we've heard him say that, not yet that I've heard, Paula. But look, this is something, or Pamela, excuse me, this is something that I think is definitely going to receive a reaction from the president and the White House. This is some of the strongest language we have heard yet from the prime minister. A couple of things that really stuck out to me from what he has said. He said that they have stepped up, that they have been engaging repeatedly in conversations as recently in the last couple of days with the Trump administration, that they are doing everything that they can. As you mentioned, I think the point where he was addressing Donald, he was addressing the president directly by name, using that harsh language, going on to say, we've worked together, we've had a relationship for several years, we've done big things together, we should be working together now. All things that we have heard, him say and maybe more nicer or friendlier terms before, but now you're hearing a very direct, harsh language from the prime minister. Look, from what the president said yesterday and what has been kind of clear is he said yesterday that he doesn't believe there's any more room to negotiate when it comes to what Canada and Mexico are doing. He has said very clearly that he believes they aren't doing enough on fentanyl. You heard the prime minister argue that he doesn't believe that's actually what these tariffs are about. And then today you've heard a lot of Donald Trump's cabinet members, people like Howard Lutner, the Commerce Secretary. You've heard Peter Navarro, a key trade advisor to the president, argue that if they do see some real changes in stemming the flow of migrants and fentanyl from coming over the border, that perhaps these tariffs will be called off. But clearly, this is a huge deterioration with allies that we have had. And one thing, of course, I think the real change that we could see is in the reaction that the president and the White House has to how the United States economy is being impacted already over the last couple of days, the last 2 days. We've seen the stock market drop some 1,300 points. We're seeing different companies like Target saying prices are going to increase. That is something as well that will ignite some sort of reaction from this White House.
Yeah, we see the Dow Jones Industrials down now. Just today, 788 points, at least so far now 790 points. We heard the Prime Minister, Elena, cite the Wall Street Journal editorial. In today's Wall Street Journal, usually a conservative editorial page, the headline is "Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge." And it writes this: "We've courted Mr. Trump's ire by calling the Mexico and Canada levies the dumbest in history, and we may have understated the point. Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries." And it's interesting because this U.S.-Canada relationship, which has always been so strong, so powerful, has now deteriorated to where this is going on.
It's stunning. And he talked about the fact that this is exactly what our adversaries want, to see this deterioration of an alliance that has so much history.
I want to bring in retired U.S. Army General, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark. He's joining us right now. General Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Let me first of all get your reaction to Prime Minister Trudeau's condemnation of what the Trump administration is doing here.
Well, I think he's exactly right when he says that it's not about fentanyl. What is it about? What is it about when you want to sever the relationship with your closest ally? You're worried about Chinese and Russian ships in the Arctic, and so we're going to have a breach of our work with Canada. It doesn't make sense. And so when you try to understand this, it doesn't make economic sense, doesn't make strategic sense. It's just a break in the way that the U.S. operates. And yes, the market's going down, Wolf, because when you look at something like this, it's not just about the tariffs. It's about the credibility of the United States. It's about the trustworthiness of the president. It's about what kind of leadership he brings to the United States. There were issues in the election. People knew this, but people were concerned about the economy. Let's look at the economy. But I'm concerned about what's happening in global affairs and U.S. security. And when I see what's being done to Canada, a nation that's always been our ally, when I was NATO commander, I couldn't have gotten any stronger support from any nation than I did from Canada, as strong as the support I had from the United States. And yet, here we are isolating Canada and isolating the United States really from our nearest neighbors. It's a real threat to U.S. security. It's not about fentanyl. It's about how to keep America safe, and this isn't the way to do it.
It's hard to believe that this is going on. General Clark of the Wall Street Journal, in that editorial today, Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge. They also write this: Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries. You agree with that?
I do. And you know, well, if I was talking to some other analysts this morning, some very smart people on the inside, I think some people working in the administration really understand that President Trump's being played by Mr. Putin. But I don't know if President Trump really understands that. After smashing our relationships with allies, and I'm sure this will make President Putin really happy too, after doing this and enticing Putin to come to the table, what are we going to say to him? He's going to ask for more and more and more. What's it really about? And so I look at this as a severe departure from a normal pattern of United States national security processes. We're bipartisan, we're nonpartisan in national security. And President Trump has come in here and wants to turn the table upside down. He wants to somehow cozy up to Mr. Putin and disregard and insult and separate the United States from our allies. This is not going to end well.
Yeah, it's a very, very serious situation unfolding right now. U.S. credibility with allies on the line right now. General Wesley Clark, thank you very, very much. And
for weeks now, we've been faced with so much uncertainty coming from President Trump. Each day brings new tariff threats. Now, President Trump is threatening tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's pointing his finger at dairy and lumber, shifting timelines, different excuses, chaos and confusion. It's hurting workers, it's hurting businesses, it's hurting investments, and it's hurting families on both sides of the border. It needs to end. That's why I'm being crystal clear. Until these tariffs are off the table, until the threat of tariffs is gone for good, Ontario will not relent. We will not back down. Pausing some tariffs, making last-minute exemptions, it won't cut it. We need to end the chaos once and for all. We need to sit down, work together, and land a fair deal. A deal that gives businesses the confidence to invest. A deal that gives workers the security they need and deserve. Until then, Ontario will keep up the fight. We will apply maximum pressure to maximize our leverage. That's why today we're moving forward with a 25% surcharge on electricity exports. For the 1.5 million American homes and businesses that Ontario powers, homes and businesses in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. This surcharge will cost families and businesses in these states up to $400,000 each and every single day. On an average, this will add around $100 per month to the bills of hardworking Americans. Let me be clear, I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely. Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump. I'd rather be working together. I want to sell the U.S. more energy, more electricity, more critical minerals. I want to make Canada and the United States the richest, most successful, safest, most secure two countries on the planet. But as Premier, my number one job is to protect the people of Ontario and in hand protect the people of Canada. I will do whatever it takes. I will fight like I've never fought before to protect Ontario. Friends, none of this makes sense. Costly tariffs against your closest friends and allies do not make sense. The U.S. markets have lost trillions in value. Companies are second-guessing investments into the American economy. American workers' jobs are at risk as we speak right now. Cost of hardworking American families will only go up. It doesn't have to be this way. We are stronger when we work together. I hope we can get back to working together, creating jobs, growing our economies, lowering costs for families in both countries. We don't get there by easing up. We will remain strong. We will be relentless. We will do whatever it takes to protect Ontario.
In addition to these new retaliatory tariffs from China, Canada's tariffs on the U.S. are still in place. Last week, it put a 25% levy on things like beer, fruit and vegetables, shoes, cosmetics, and more. And today, Ontario starts charging a 25% surcharge on electricity to 3 U.S. states, Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. The tariff war and opposition to President Trump has actually unified Canadians. Listen to these remarks from Mark Carney, who's expected to be Canada's next prime minister. He was just elected to head the Liberal Party yesterday, soon potentially to be sworn in as PM.
The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. My government will keep our tariffs on until the Americans show us respect.
Let's discuss with Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, which is the province that started to impose that surcharge on 1.5 million homes and businesses in the United States. He also ordered all U.S. alcohol to be removed from Ontario shelves. Premier, thank you so much for sharing part of the afternoon with us. What do you hope to achieve with this surcharge? What needs to happen for you to remove it?
Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on, Boris. And I start off every interview with telling Americans that Canadians love Americans. I love Americans. It's one person that's caused this problem, and that's President Trump. As he is putting tariffs on us, even if he says he's putting it on hold, there's still 60% of goods that are crossing the borders that will be tariffed, and it's hurting both economies. It's hurting the American economy. It's hurting the Canadian economy. Uncertainty is what people don't like hearing in general life, not to mention the markets are tumbling, and investors from around the world are looking twice at America and Canada to invest in. There's no reason for a recession. I call it the self-made Donald Trump recession. He ran on a mandate to lower prices, to make sure we didn't have inflation, create more jobs, and it's backfired. So let's sit down at the table and let's start working on a new USMCA deal, even though President Trump said it was the greatest deal he's ever made. Nothing's changed, so I guess it's not the greatest deal now.
His argument would be that he's trying to remake the American economy to produce more goods that are currently imported into the U.S. here at home. With these electricity surcharges, you say that the move is designed to protect your province. The administration, if they see it as an escalation and they reciprocate with tariffs on lumber, steel, and dairy, ultimately, doesn't that hurt your constituents?
No, we're looking at negotiating through strength. If he cuts off the lumber or puts a tariff, do you know whose costs are going up? It's the American people that want to buy a home. They're going to pay more for their home, or steel that they need, or aluminum. That is only 16% of aluminum is manufactured in the U.S. They rely on over 60% aluminum to come down there for their goods. High-grade nickel coming out of Ontario. That 50% of the high-grade nickel for your military, aerospace, and manufacturing comes from Ontario. And the list keeps going on and on and on, not to mention the 4.3 million barrels of crude oil that we ship down every single day. So I believe in building an AMCAN fortress. Let's make sure that we focus on having the two greatest countries in the world, the most prosperous, the richest, the safest. The problem is not Canada, it's China right now. And he has to keep an eye on China.
I do want to ask you about the question of fairness, and specifically on one claim, because I've heard it from Trump and a number of officials in his administration, most recently Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He argues that Canada has a 255% tariff on dairy imports. The administration has cited that over and over again. Is that number accurate? Do you think it's fair for American dairy farmers?
Well, what I'd like to do is sit down and discuss these issues with them at a USMCA table. What I will tell you this, if we take the 4.3 million barrels a day that we ship down there to keep your economy going off the balance sheet, The U.S. has a $56 billion surplus, a trade surplus with Canada. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Things were going fine. Everything was moving forward. Market was going up a little bit. Everyone was optimistic, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he wants to attack his closest neighbor and ally. And his number, I call, or their number one customer. You don't attack your number one customer and expect the results that he thought were going to happen. Protectionism does not work, especially between Canada and the U.S. Maybe you should take a page out of Ronald Reagan's book.
Premier, I do want to ask you about Mark Carney. He is in line to become the next prime minister. We saw Justin Trudeau's relationship with Trump evolve and then ultimately degrade. How do you think Mark Carney is going to approach President Trump?
Well, Mr. Carney is a very, very bright individual, and it's up to Mr. Carney to build that relationship with President Trump. They're both bright people. Let's make no mistake about it. Agree or disagree with President Trump. He understands finances. So does Mark Carney, and so do I. We're business people, and if we sit down around the table, we can resolve the problem and make sure that both countries prosper, like the likes of which this country's never seen, or the likes of which the U.S. has never seen, if we work together.
Premier Doug Ford, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your point of view.
Thank you so much, and God bless America, and God bless Canada. Thank you so much.
Best friends forever.
The Americans want our resources, our water, our land, our country. Think about it. If they succeeded, they would destroy our way of life. We didn't ask for this fight. We didn't ask for this fight. But Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. So the Americans, they should make no mistake, in trade as in hockey, Canada will win.
That was Mark Carney, the soon-to-be Canadian Prime Minister. And what you just saw and listened to is the latest example of how a once unbreakable bond between the U.S. and Canada has fractured as President Trump advances his trade war against both Canada and Mexico. Tariffs on Canada are expected to go into effect on April 2nd. My panel is back now. Nia, Canada has it in him. Let's see how he takes it.
Yeah.
As he takes over.
I think that's right. I mean, you saw over the last many weeks Donald Trump talking about Canada as the 51st state, talking about Trudeau as Governor Trudeau. That's become sort of his moniker. And now this is a new person. What's been interesting is that Trump has brought Trudeau's party back to life, right? There was this really sort of resurgent interest in a more conservative party, and now you have in this person who's really benefiting from this fight with Donald Trump. Who knew that America would want to be at war with the Canadians? But apparently it's based on a South Park movie.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so bring us up to speed on that. And if the South Park guys are listening, please come on anytime and talk about it.
Yeah, going to war with Canada, and that's essentially, what's interesting is how the rhetoric also from the incoming Canadian Prime Minister, much different than what we're seeing from our Mexican partners, Claudia Sheinbaum, the way she has approached Donald Trump, which is a little bit, obviously what we've seen other leaders do, reach kind of softer rhetoric, if you will. This is, we're going right at him. But Nia's absolutely right. The domestic politics in Canada are absolutely fascinating. It has led to this nationalistic fervor within Canada that has boosted the Trudeau's party and potentially could ultimately undercut what Donald Trump wants to achieve here. But if he's talking tough to the new incoming leader on Donald Trump, I doubt Donald Trump is going to back off. He wants people to talk nicely to him for him to back off. But rhetoric will only be ratcheted up.
Inside Canadian politics.
Yes.
Let's look a little bit at the U.S.-Canada alliance, the economic alliance. And the bilateral trade is about $2.5 billion in goods and services a day. 400,000 people cross between countries every day. The U.S. has maintained the official presence in Canada since 1833. And I didn't actually realize this, that they share the world's longest undefended border.
Yeah, and it's the bottom line there is that there is a lot of opportunity for Canada to channel this nationalistic fervor into making Americans feel real political pain. I mean, there's no corresponding anti-Canada faction in the U.S. that also wants to get the bit in their teeth and really go sock it to those guys, right? I mean, by and large, U.S. consumers just want to see lower prices, a strong economy, and now that we are kind of creating with our own political moves, this new guerrilla faction that's just determined to stop that from happening for our people in order to try to shake loose some kind of change at the top level. The other weird thing about it is just the fact that, like you say, Canada and Mexico are pursuing such different strategies, and you can see Trump react to those in real time, right? Where he is sort of showering praise on Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, meanwhile getting angrier and angrier at Canadian leadership, while supposedly the pretext for all these things is drugs coming over borders and things like that. So as you say, it's definitely a risky strategy if the goal is to get Trump to back off.
So on that note, now is the time for our truth sandwich portion of the lunch hour, if you will. And we're going to start by referring to what Mia was talking about earlier, and that is the whole question of fentanyl and whether or not that is one of the really big problems coming from Canada. It is a very big problem in the U.S., but not from Canada. Let's, though, listen to what some of the Republicans, including in the president's administration, are claiming.
We launched a drug war, not a trade war, and it was part of a negotiation to get Canada and Mexico to stop shipping fentanyl across our borders.
You're saying this really is about fentanyl?
It really is about fentanyl. It really is. And I think the president obviously wants a strong economy, obviously wants better trade deals as well. But this is about fentanyl.
Now, again, it is a problem in the United States. It is a problem when it comes to the southern border of the United States, where it's coming in much more from Mexico. But when it comes to Canada, check this out. So the total pounds seized of fentanyl, almost 22,000 pounds. The northern border, 43 pounds. So it's less than 1% of the very dangerous and scary fentanyl problem. And that's the reality.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have seen Canada make some moves around this. Again, they're barely part of the problem. It is a big problem. Mexico is a really big part of the problem. And they, too, Claudia Sheinbaum, even before Trump was in office, wanted to go aggressively at some of these drug cartels. She's doing that. You saw them cooperate in trying to have some of these drug warlords prosecuted. So there is something happening with this. The question, I think, for Trump is, will it be enough, or are there just going to be sort of shifting explanations for why these tariffs are happening or aren't happening?
I mean, they could say it's a drug war, not a trade war all day long, but it is a trade war.
Yeah, it is.
People will feel it. And, I'll be interested, from my perch, watching how some of those members from northern states in Maine, Senator Susan Collins is very concerned about the impacts on tariffs impacting the Maine economy. The Wisconsin House members are concerned about the impact on agriculture.
Even Ron Johnson.
Ron Johnson is concerned. Chuck Grassley from the Iowa members and how it will impact their farmers. So this is, yes, they could say drug war. That could be their argument to sort of ease concerns, but people start feeling it, and that's going to change the dynamic.
And it's important to note, too, that one of the reasons that Canada is so upset and aggrieved over this whole thing is that even though they were a small part of the problem last year, they had already also taken significant steps to try to show Donald Trump they were doing more to police the small bit of fentanyl that was coming over their border. I mean, CBP data for January had a fraction of a single pound of fentanyl seized. I think I saw the size of a AAA battery was the amount of fentanyl that was seized at that border in January. And then on the back of that, Trump ratchets up the trade war. So they're like, what do you want us to do? What's the standard you want us to meet?
Well, Canada's Liberal Party has picked Mark Carney to be the party leader and Canada's next prime minister. Carney, a former central banker, got the backing of 85% of his party. And he says in government, he'll keep the interests of Canadians front and center.
I pledge to you and to all Canadians that I will follow their example. I will work day and night with one purpose, which is to build a stronger Canada for everyone.
Carney is expected to be sworn in the coming days. His most urgent task will be managing Canada's increasingly fraught relationship with the Trump White House. On Sunday, the outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had this warning about relations with the United States.
As Canadians face from our neighbor an existential challenge, an economic crisis, Canadians are showing exactly what we are made of.
That comment said in reference to the US president's tariff threats and his calls to make Canada the 51st state of the United States. Martina Steva-Skretnev, Canada's bureau chief at the New York Times, joins us live now from Ottawa. Martina, thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk about Mark Carney. I mean, this is a very, very accomplished individual. We're talking Harvard educated, Oxford educated, former governor of the Bank of Canada, former governor of the Bank of England, the only non-British person to have that role, by the way. He led Canada and steered Canada through the 2008 financial crisis as well. So clearly when it comes to having economic chops, I mean, he is the man. But given what's happening with the United States right now, you really need somebody who is a talented politician. You think about how the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, has handled Donald Trump. I mean, it's been a mix of sort of being strong and firm and standing her own ground, while at the same time allowing for a diplomatic off-ramp. That seems to be the language Donald Trump understands. How will Mark Carney, I mean, obviously he understands how to deal with this economically in terms of retaliatory tariffs. Does he have what it takes at this point, given that he has no experience in terms of elected office? Does he have what it takes to handle this diplomatically and politically?
I think it's really the most important question. And, you know, as central bank governor, Mark Carney has held public office, as you mentioned, during major meltdowns, also during Brexit when he was Bank of England governor. Those are actually political jobs. They're just not overtly political in the elected sense that we're used to. And the reality is, even though he's been in the public eye for so many years, really throughout his career, we don't know that much about him. What we do know is that he's been in the room when very difficult conversations have been held in those previous roles. His challenge really right now is not just that he needs to reboot the relationship with Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump did not get along with Justin Trudeau, and perhaps that influenced part of the predicament the relationship is in right now. But he's also going to have to call a federal election very soon. That means he's going to have to lean into that aggressive anti-Trump, anti-US rhetoric. That's what Canada wants right now. That's what voters are looking for. But that may not play very well when he is in the room or he's on the phone with President Trump.
Exactly. And he is promising to go toe to toe. He said that he would be prepared for a dollar for dollar retaliatory tariff. Also said he's prepared to the U.S.-Canadian exports to be tariffed as well. And Canada is the largest supplier of energy to the United States, we should note. It's interesting, the Donald Trump effect, because as accomplished as Mark Carney is, I don't know how familiar he was to every Canadian prior to the last few months. And now here you have a Liberal Party that's neck and neck with the Conservative Party, and in terms of playing to his advantage. When do you expect to see a general election called? It has to be called by October. But given how close these two parties are now in polling, do you think it will happen much sooner?
It has to happen sooner, in fact. Mark Carney does not hold a seat in Parliament. He will be sworn in as Prime Minister, but he needs to call a federal election as soon as possible. His party, the Liberals, do not command a majority in the House of Commons here in Parliament. That means that what we understand from his team, what he said to people already, our reporting shows that he will be calling a federal election. So my bets, I'm not a betting woman, is that we will have an election in the course of May. And that will mean that we are entering a very intense campaigning period. He's going to have to carry on with that energy he's built up over the last 2 months trying to secure his party's vote. But the new audience will not be the party faithful who rallied around him in such a dramatic way last night here in Ottawa. It will be the entire population who are fatigued after 10 years of Trudeau, are terrified and angry with the Trump threat. And so they'll be looking to him for real answers, and there'll be more scrutiny on him.
How seriously are Canadians taking Donald Trump's threat to make Canada the 51st state? I mean, based on what I'm seeing in terms of
comments from Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney, they are taking it extremely serious. I mean, Donald Trump went so far as referring to Justin Trudeau as governor many, many times. Take us through that.
Sure, and I should say they're taking it deadly seriously, and they have some reason for that. Last week, we had an exclusive report in the New York Times. My sources, 4 individuals directly familiar with communications between the president and Prime Minister Trudeau, who said that in an early February phone call between the two men, President Trump, while raising trade concerns and irritants in the relationship that we know he's upset about, also raised the 1908 border treaty between the two countries and pulled that into question. He also raised questions about how the two countries manage their shared water resources. These are pretty existential things for Canadians. And so they're taking it very seriously. The government is taking it seriously. The opposition Conservative Party is taking it seriously, which I think speaks to just the gravity of the moment. It's not a joke, and it goes well beyond the trolling online.
Right, Martina Steves-Gardiner, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
President Trump now saying he will double tariffs on Canadian aluminum and steel imports. He says it's a response to Ontario, the province of Ontario, placing a 25% surcharge on electricity coming into 3 U.S. neighboring states. And joining us now, the Ontario Premier, Doug Ford. Premier Ford, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what's your reaction when you heard this latest news?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Wolf. And it's disappointing, and I'll tell you the reason it's disappointing, because Americans are going to pay more. They only have the capacity, the U.S. only has the capacity of producing 16% of the aluminum they need. Pretty well almost the balance comes over 60% comes from Quebec. So costs are going to go up, along with aluminum and steel. Let's focus on the real problem, and that's China. Bringing transshipments in and costing American and Canadian jobs. I want to make sure that we send more electricity, both. I want to send more critical minerals. But there was an unprovoked attack on Canada, on families, on jobs, on businesses. For what reason? The market's speaking loud and clear. Consumer confidence is down. The market's tumbling. There's going to be plants closed in the U.S. Assembly plants will shut down because they won't have the aluminum, or they'll be paying 2-3 times as much. This is absolute chaos created by one person, and that's Donald Trump, not the American people. I always say Canadians love Americans. I love Americans, and this has to stop. Let's sit around the table and negotiate a new deal, even though he created the deal in the first place.
Yeah, and as someone who grew up in Western New York at Buffalo along the border with Canada, I can honestly say I love Canadians as well. Talk a little bit about Ontario, your province, and the electrical power it shares with the states in the United States along the border. A lot of it is coming from Ontario, right?
That's correct. We power 1.5 million homes and businesses in New York and Michigan and in Minnesota. I just got off the phone with Governor Whitmer. I consider her a friend. We worked together for 7 years. She's a wonderful person, and I apologize to her. She understands. But what I recommend is on the electricity bill, put down this increase is a tariff from Trump. It's a Trump tariff, which is basically a Trump tax.
As you know, you've called this an unprovoked trade and tariff war initiated by the United States against Canada. Trump is saying that Canada pays very little for national security and relies on the U.S. for military protection. What's your response to him on that issue?
I agree that we have to meet our 2% commitment, our NATO commitment. I've said it for years. Other premiers all signed the agreement, sending it to the federal government. We spend 1.4% on defense. It needs to go up to 2%. We have to pitch in our share. 100%, I agree on the 2%.
Yeah, that's what he's been saying now for the last several years. The NATO allies have to increase their spending to come up to what the U.S. percentage of military spending is. His latest Truth Social post earlier today, Premier, also doubled down on Trump's desire for Canada to become the 51st state of the United States, saying the brilliant "O Canada" anthem will continue to play. How do Canadians feel about what the President Trump is saying about Canada becoming part of the United States and even allowing "O Canada," a beautiful national anthem, to continue playing?
Well, obviously the Canadians are infuriated, and what it's done, it's united the whole country, and the patriotism is running wild across the country, the likes I've never seen before in my entire life. We'll never become the 51st state. Canada's not for sale, and we want a great trading partner. We had the greatest neighbors in the world, the U.S., and it's not the American people. They didn't vote President Trump in on this type of mandate. He had a mandate to lower inflation, lower cost of living, create more jobs, and it's backfired on him. Inflation's going up, jobs will be lost. He's taking more money out of Americans' pockets. For what reason? We're still trying to figure this out. Let's sit down at the table and negotiate this deal. If there's things he doesn't like, then we sit down and we have a conversation. But just going tit for tat back and forth, all it does is hurt Americans and Canadians. It's unacceptable.
Before I let you go, Premier, I want to ask one final question. Trump is calling on Canada to drop its tariff on dairy products. Is this a realistic request?
Well, it's one of the items that obviously it gets under his skin. Let's sit down and talk about it. That is as simple as that. Let's renegotiate the USMCA. Let's stop the bleeding on both sides of the border as China's sitting there laughing at both countries. Let's sit down and negotiate a fair trade for both countries, and everyone benefits.
Yeah, it's amazing what's going on. Hard to believe. As a kid growing up in Buffalo, New York, along the border with Canada, whenever I would go to a Buffalo Sabres hockey game, they'd always play the U.S. national anthem, but they would always play "O Canada" as well, because so many of the hockey players, almost all of them, were Canadians. I just remember that as a kid growing up. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, thanks very much for joining us.
We thought it would help to give a bit of a catch you up. President Trump started his tariff tango with Mexico, Canada, and China on January 31st. He paused it 3 days later for 1 month. The next day, China tariffs took effect. Canada and Mexico followed in March, but just a day after those tariffs took effect, the president announced a carve-out for automakers. A day after that, a 1 month delay for other products. On March 7th, he threatened reciprocal tariffs on Canadian dairy and lumber. That brings us to the announcement that we have been telling you about this morning on steel and aluminum. Okay, digest all that for a second, and now we're going to get an explanation and the ramifications politically from our talented group of reporters here, Sabrina Rodriguez of the Washington Post, CNN's David Talion, and CNN's Jeff Zeleny. You catch all that? Wow. David Talion, I'm going to start with you because it is confusing. It is uncertain. It is trademark Donald Trump to govern by chaos, as we've said time and time again. But it is also trademark Donald Trump to care about the markets.
Well, I think that's why you saw some of that whiplash.
Yeah.
Some of that was in response to the markets, right? Not just to inject chaos for chaos's sake. I know he told reporters last week he doesn't watch the markets. I just,
And there's a bridge he can buy.
Exactly. There's absolutely no truth to that. And, he's going later to talk to the Business Roundtable, and he is clearly getting a lot of input, not just from Republicans on Capitol Hill, but from a lot of the high-dollar donor business people, the business community. These folks have inputs into Donald Trump, and I've talked to some Wall Street folks, both supporters of the president and non-supporters of the president, all of whom work for these big banks and financial institutions, who say that there's a mood shift right now, and there's real concern in the marketplace. I mean, we see it obviously in what the Dow is doing, but there's a real concern that there is not a long-term plan here.
Yeah, and because you mentioned it, I do want to put up on the screen, the Business Roundtable is a very large group of the CEOs from around the world. What we're putting up on the screen are the CEOs who are on the board. Those are the companies that they represent. We don't know if all of the CEOs from all those companies are going to be there, but presumably a lot of them will be there. That's a meeting about 5 hours from now.
Let me reality is that Trump, it's unclear what exactly Trump can say to make them feel better, because we've seen Trump in interview after interview in recent days say, brace for a little bit of turbulence. He said a little turbulence in his address to Congress last week. He said in an interview with Fox News that this is a period of transition. So companies just want to know right now, what can they plan for? And the problem with his haphazard approach to tariffs at the moment is, okay, you give an exemption for 1 month. Businesses can't make decisions off of 1 month from now. They want to know if, okay, but is it going to come off in 6 months? Are you going to keep it in place? What is the long-term plan? And the Trump administration is not giving clear answers about that. Instead, they're playing a blame game where we hear officials saying, this is a residual from the Biden administration. But we're going to hear a lot of CEOs today ask the question, okay, what are the specifics you can give us? And I think there's a question of what can he actually offer.
You set me up perfectly for this quote from Art Hogan, who's the chief market strategist for a wealth management company. Here's what he said to CNN earlier today. This market is just blatantly sick and tired of the back and forth on trade policy. It feels as though the administration continues to move the goalposts. With that much uncertainty, it's impossible for investors to have any confidence.
Look, and that sums it up right there. And the reality here is we've also seen something different over the last couple of days. The president has not spoken. Now, in other presidents, it's not unusual to go a day without speaking in front of the cameras, but in this president it is. We watched all day long yesterday. The advisors were saying, he's likely to speak at various events, did not speak at all. So far today, the only time he's scheduled to speak is after the markets close. However, his words are sending shockwaves once again to the market. So it's that uncertainty that we've been talking about. But now there is a question of a narrative setting in. Talking to Republican, largely supporters of the president on Wall Street this morning, a couple asked, is he trying to intentionally spark a recession to bring down interest rates? Now, those are actual questions being asked. I would be, that's very risky, and I doubt that's the case, but in the absence of sort of words from officials, we did not see his top economic advisors on the morning shows or anything at all today. So that's what's also so unusual about this communication strategy. But for a president who loves to talk about records, ones that are true and ones that are fabricated, this is a record that he did not want. The record yesterday of the worst day on Wall Street, and it could be repeated today. So that is what is so interesting about this policy. And never mind if we sort of place it in the context in which we are, the spending bill is happening on the Hill. The government is being sort of shrunk. It's all of this. It's contributing to this sort of sense of unease that I was thinking back to the night before he was inaugurated. He was at a rally at Capital One Arena, and he talked about, we're going to call it the Trump effect. The stock market has surged since I've been elected. Let's call it the Trump effect. And now,
and it did.
It is the Trump effect.
It did. It did.
It's just that it's been all wiped out.
It's got been, and then some. Exactly.
Yeah. I would just note one other thing about the absence of Trump yesterday, which I think makes it even more fascinating. He chose not to speak on a day where obviously everyone was waiting to hear from him, but also on a day where the one administration voice that was speaking was Elon Musk on Fox News. And Donald Trump's aware of that too. So he also knew that by choosing not to speak, he understood what voice would be out there, and I thought that was an interesting decision.
All right, let's get the reaction from Canada to President Trump's latest tariff threat. Let's bring in our Paula Newton from Ottawa. So Paula, Canada is in a state of political transition. It was just on Sunday, like literally 2 days ago, that Mark Carney was elected. I don't even believe he's actually technically, correct me if I'm wrong, been sworn in yet, but he's getting his major first test. He initially thought he'd have until April 2nd to negotiate with the Trump administration. But these tariffs, according to President Trump, are coming into effect as soon as tomorrow. He has said, in trade as in hockey, Canada is going to win. Walk us through what his strategy is going to be here, Paula.
Well, at this point, he hasn't even been given a chance to really develop that strategy. Zane, you are 100% correct. Mark Carney is, in fact, the Prime Minister designate. Justin Trudeau still remains the Prime Minister. They are behind closed doors at this hour here in Ottawa trying to hash out a transition, which we believe will happen either Thursday or Friday. In the meantime, as Kevin just pointed out, you have Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, who's the one who speaks for certainly one province, Ontario, but there isn't anyone speaking with that national voice. And that is a problem because it has allowed President Trump and Doug Ford to escalate these things between the two of them. I want to point out when we talk about motives, right? The president, in a follow-up post on Truth Social, said They, he's referring to Canada here, will pay a financial price that is so big that it will be read about in history books for years to come. We are starting to see certainly a seriousness and a drive with President Trump that he does want to weaken Canada politically. This is what the Trudeau government has been warning about for weeks, and he is continuing down this road. The problem with it, of course, as both of you know, this will also hurt the United States. Will it hurt the United States as much as Canada? Absolutely not. But again, a warning for American allies here. What he is doing, Donald Trump, is making sure that there is, I would say, a separation now between Canada and the United States. Not just when it comes to things economic, but on the table as well, things that are political and political and then defense related as well. And in the midst of all that, yes, you have Mark Carney, who certainly talked a big game on Sunday, but does need to bring some kind of calm and resolution to this so that there is a negotiation. I am told behind the scenes, certainly the Commerce Secretary's officials and the finance officials here are still talking. But when you have Doug Ford as the Ontario Premier going on multiple outlets, including CNN just moments ago, and speaking about this, and then you have the President posting on Truth Social in response, it does not help the negotiations that are going on behind the scenes.
Say that again. Paul Newton live for us there. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Ben Bergman, who's a senior correspondent at Business Insider. Ben, thank you so much for being with us. The volatility index on Wall Street surged yesterday and today. I can't imagine that investors are now feeling good about this new threat for an additional tariff on steel and aluminum from Canada.
Not at all. I'm in Las Vegas for a gathering of AI investors and executives, and it feels like President Trump is playing Russian roulette with the U.S. economy. Usually I wake up and check my 401k account. I've been scared to do it for the last couple of days, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. It seems to be getting worse.
I do wonder, this is all obviously from Doug Ford's surcharge on electricity going to 3 U.S. states. He has floated the idea of potentially cutting off electricity to those states altogether. I wonder how far this can go. What might Canada do next?
This is the sort of thing that you study in economics class in college and high school, a trade war. I never thought we'd be seeing this in real life play out day to day. I mean, how many Americans knew that we imported electricity from Canada? And there's a lot of levers. But remember, Canada is much more dependent on U.S. exports than we are on Canadian goods. So as bad as this is for us, it's worse for Canada.
So we understand that Trump is going to be speaking to some top business executives during this forum later today. Is there anything he could say, anything he could share with them that might actually alleviate their concerns?
I think what these business leaders would want to hear is a clear plan and not this turning on and off, because this is the worst thing for business leaders to try to forecast when there's so much uncertainty. And you've seen that in the corporate earnings reports this week, such as Delta Airlines saying that they're forecasting perhaps a recession and reduced consumer demand, and so that their stock dropped about 15%. So this is the worst case for business leaders that had been expecting a soft landing, but now could be a recession later this year.
So that question of a soft landing and a potential recession, the number of job openings grew across several major sectors in January, but then 2 weeks ago we saw jobless claims spike, some 242,000 jobs. What does the job market look like overall? How might it be impacted by this trade war?
Well, I think a lot of people see this as the calm before the storm, because just with DOGE, you have so many government jobs and then the threat of a recession now. I mean, usually the U.S. economy is an aircraft carrier that takes a long time, and there's only so much the president can do. Rarely has the economy been so directly tied to the president, and the president not seeming to care that much about plunging the U.S. economy into a recession for what he sees as greater good later on.
Ben Bergman, thank you so much for the analysis. Appreciate your time.
And we have been keeping an eye on Wall Street right now. Stocks, they are down. Looking at the Dow, down 515 points, or down more than 500 still at this point. Anxiety, of course, uncertainty rattling the markets. Let's turn now to Jeff Stein, White House economic reporter for the Washington Post. Jeff, just this new tariff, the double tariff on
aluminum and steel. What is that going to mean for everyday Americans?
I mean, I think it's worth taking a step back and saying exactly where we are right now. The Trump administration has moved forward with tariffs on roughly $1 trillion worth of goods, but as you're alluding to, today they announced a doubling of steel and aluminum, which is from Canada, which is a small part of our overall import picture, but comes as the administration is looking to impose tariffs on an additional $2 trillion or so in goods. And I think what Trump is indicating here is that this could still be the very early innings. We're only a few weeks potentially into this trade war, which has already far surpassed the entirety of the trade war that Trump waged during his first term. So we could see higher prices, obviously, for imports for U.S. steel and aluminum. The steel and aluminum makers in the U.S. are happy with this. They think that this could help them, sell domestically, raise their prices. That's why they're happy about it. But it really reinforces that that for all the disruption, all the market declines we've seen, all the investor uncertainty, this could just be sort of like an entree, an appetizer for a much bigger fight to come.
Okay, so if this is an appetizer, let's talk about that. So let's talk about what actually a tariff is, because listening to the White House press briefing, there seemed to be disagreement. You talk to economists, they say this is something that gets passed on to consumers. That is not how Trump seems to see it. We heard Caroline Leavitt stressing that tariffs are a tax hike on a foreign country. They are a tax cut for the American people. Can you fact check that?
Yeah, I mean, a tax cut for the American people. I mean, the Trump administration has had this somewhat convoluted argument that if they raise prices, on foreign imports through tariffs, putting aside the reality of that, which is that it disproportionately hurts low-income people who are disproportionately dependent on imports for food and other cheap commodities relative to wealthier people, that they could use that as the basis for a cut to the income tax. That's the argument in its most sort of generous form that you could articulate. But the idea that the tariffs themselves are a tax cut, as opposed to a potential precondition for a separate tax or the basis for revenue by which other taxes could be cut, is just not true. So I think you're seeing as Trump gets increasingly serious and as it becomes increasingly clear, much to the shock and dismay of investors and allies and many people in the business community, that this is not an idle threat or a negotiating tool, but that Trump actually believes, right, that tariffs will unlock this new golden age for America, despite their potential effect in manufacturing. As that hardens, as that coarsens, as that reality appears more and more real, the White House has had to adjust its sort of linguistic verbiage and say more and more that tariffs themselves are an unalloyed good. And that, really stretches the bounds of what reporters can go without fact-checking, because even if you want to take seriously the arguments that many Democrats have made too, that tariffs can be a useful tool to change trade practices or to protect certain critical domestic industries, even if we want to recognize the validity of that, it calls into question whether we can continue to extend that sort of fair debate when they're using sort of language in ways that defy all understanding of economists and nonpartisan experts and what people have been saying.
And then just real quick, Jeff, before we go, she also cited a Canadian tariff on American cheese and butter that isn't actually in effect. This is sort of a tariff that would be triggered if American exports hit a certain point, but they're far from that. This particular one on cheese and butter, but in any dairy category, we don't see that being hit. What do you make of them citing a tariff that, it's like hypothetically, it's almost 300%, but it's not actually in effect? People aren't paying.
Yeah, the Trump administration and the economists close to Trump have been arguing, and correctly to some degree, that there are imbalances in the global trade system, and more particularly that the U.S. export markets, the U.S. exporters are tariffed more heavily than we tariff imports into our markets. And that was a choice, right, that's been made for the last 20, 30 years, the WTO, that was a choice that the U.S. made. And while there is some reality to that, one, that decision was made with upsides as well for U.S. consumers who wanted cheap imports. But also, while it is true that the U.S. has lower imports relative to other countries than ours, for a country of our size, it's not really the case that that's true for developed countries. When you look at all countries, a lot of sort of poorer developing countries, low-income countries, have higher tariffs at that stage of development, which is frankly also what we had sort of in the era that Trump likes to talk about, the late 19th century or the middle of the 19th century, when we were growing and trying to incubate domestic industries. But now that we are sort of an advanced domestic, modern first world country, our tariffs have come down much as they have in other parts of the developed world. So comparing us now to where we were 150 years ago, where many other countries are today, is not sort of capturing the full story of this imbalance that they want to present between the U.S. and other countries' sort of tariff policies.
Jeff, thank you so much for taking us through that. We appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Boris?
Canada's next Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is denouncing President Trump's latest trade threat. In a post on social media, Carney wrote in part that Trump's tariffs are, quote, an attack on Canadian workers, families, and businesses. He adds, my government will ensure our response has maximum impact in the U.S. and minimal impact here in Canada while supporting the workers impacted. With us now is Yvonne Baker, a member of Canada's Parliament. Yvonne, thank you so much for being with us. I want to start with your reaction to the press secretary at the White House saying that Trump's tariffs are a response to, quote, the fact that Canada has been ripping off the United States of America's hardworking Americans for decades. Do you believe that's the case?
That's absolutely untrue. Let's be frank here. The relationship between Canada and the United States, both economically and militarily, has been one of the most successful in history for both Americans and for Canadians. So what Donald Trump's doing in terms of threatening to annex Canada, starting this tariff war, is violating that partnership, and it's going to harm Canadians, but it's also going to harm Americans. And this is completely unprovoked. It's really important for the viewers to understand that. The retaliatory measures that our government is taking is only in retaliation. It's only in response to the tariffs that the Trump administration has imposed on us. And I think I need to be clear here with your American viewers that, look, Canada is a smaller country economically by population than the United States, but we are just as proud of our country as you are of yours, and we are just as prepared to do what it takes to protect it. And so the measures that Canada is taking in response to the unprovoked tariffs that Donald Trump has imposed on us are meant to do just that, to protect our sovereignty, to protect our economy.
Well, hello and welcome to Trump's Tariffs Explained with me, Ben Brown, here in London.
And me, Sumi Somaskanda, here in Washington. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to be asking and hopefully answering some of the key questions about the Trump tariff roller coaster of the last few days.
Yeah, why, for example, did he impose them with such flourish last week, only to then put them on pause just a few hours after they actually came into effect? Was it a retreat forced on President Trump by the turmoil that we've seen, especially in the crucial bond market? Or was it his strategy all along, as the White House has been suggesting, successfully driving dozens of countries to the negotiating table?
And there may have been a rollback on American tariffs for the rest of the world, but why has Donald Trump doubled down on China with even steeper tariffs? In fact, the White House confirming today that the tariff rate for China is now 145%, a staggering number. So are we now witnessing an all-out trade war that is escalating at dizzying speed between the two biggest economies in the world, China and America? And if we are, which of them will blink first? So key questions to ask there. With President Trump changing up tariffs over the last few days, let's take stock, Ben, of where we are right now. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? The highest U.S. tariffs in a century have now been put on pause for 3 months, rolled back to a base of 10% for most of the countries in the world, except China, which now, as we just mentioned, has that 145% tariff on the products it sells in the United States, while in return, China has put tariffs of 84% on products coming in from America. By the way, the original higher tariffs of 25% on Mexico and Canada, we understand at this point, still stand. Also, tariffs of 25% are still in place on all aluminum and steel imported to the United States.
Well, as far as the European Union is concerned, it has now put on hold its planned retaliatory tariffs against the United States. in return for the olive branch that was offered by Donald Trump, the EU has now held out an olive branch of its own. Well, when it came, President Trump's spectacular U-turn on tariffs did come as a surprise, but what forced him into that apparent climb down? Many financial experts believe it was the turmoil on the all-important bond market, which was dramatically increasing America's long-term borrowing costs on its national debt of more than $30 trillion. Well, let's talk to Darshini David then, who is our Deputy Economics Editor with me in the studio. Well, two questions really, I suppose, Darshini. What did force that retreat by Donald Trump? And what are we left with? Is this essentially now a bilateral trade war between America and China?
Gosh, big questions there, Ben, and we've only got a little bit of time to answer them as well. Let's start with the first one. What forced his hand? Now, he talked about the markets being queasy. He meant the bond markets, of course, that the bonds being the things that governments use to borrow money on financial markets. Now, they're normally seen as a very safe haven for investors in times of strife, so governments only have to offer a very low interest rate on them. What we saw happening in the last couple of days is a lot of sellers actually in that market, a lot of people offloading those bonds, which caused some alarm and some questions about financial stability in the US potentially further down the line. So therefore, many are thinking that that actually spooked the president. Also, a big holder of those bonds is China. So was China actually retaliating in that way? So has he tried to calm the markets down by announcing this pause? You heard that phrase, it's all about the art of the deal. But let me tell you, when you talk to businesses out there, what they actually say is that he's created this vacuum now in which uncertainty is thriving, and therefore they're paralyzed by fear and anxiety. Do they invest? Do they actually get the kind of machinery, upskill workers in the way the president wants to guarantee the long-term success of America? Or frankly, will they be wrong-footed in perhaps maybe a matter of not days, but hours? So if that was actually his aim, then quite frankly, it may backfire.
And on China, I mean, these tariffs were 125%. The White House say actually the total, when you take into consideration earlier tariffs of 20%, it all adds up to 145. Well, I mean, it's whopping, it's eye-watering, whatever numbers you look at. And we are in this trade war now between the United States and China, the two biggest global economic powers. What are the consequences of that for the rest of the world?
Huge, Ben, in a sentence, or in a word rather. Do you remember that phrase, conscious uncoupling? I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow who used it about her divorce many years ago. This is what's happening here. China and the US between them account for a third of global goods, right? So you've got this separation between the two of them getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And as a result of that, what you're seeing is disruption on either side. Now, we're hearing all sorts of reports about Chinese companies rushing to try and relocate production, for example, or figure out how much extra they can charge American consumers without, frankly, going bust. And that can cause all sorts of disruption, given the global nature of supply chains, given that these companies sell all over the world to buyers around the world too. American consumers account for $1 in $6, $7 of all of those spent in the world. So if they're not buying, other countries aren't selling. So this may look like it's kind of slightly, over there, thousands of miles away from many countries, and there's a pause elsewhere. But let's not forget, there are some severe consequences that many are going to feel in the weeks and months to come.
All right, Darshini, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Darshini David there, our Deputy Economics Editor.
All right, we have been watching the dramatic ups and downs of financial markets, so let's take stock of where things stand. Financial markets in Asia and Europe, they have made gains, reflecting relief at Donald Trump's decision to suspend those additional reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. This is how the key European indices have closed. In London, the FTSE 100 was up 3%. In Germany, the DAX index was up 4.5%, while in France, the CAC 40 was up 3.8%. Here in the U.S., at times, the Dow Jones was down more than 5%. The S&P 500 is down more than 4.5%. The NASDAQ at the moment, more than 5%. And that fall contrasts with some of those really big gains that we saw made on Wednesday, directly in response to Donald Trump reversing that decision to impose many tariffs on countries other than China. So let's take a closer look at how markets are reacting to all of the twists and turns. We can go to our North America business correspondent, Aaron Delmore, who is in New York for us. Aaron, we've been speaking pretty much every day about the market's reaction to the tariff policies. Can you characterize where things stand right now?
Sumi, gone is the euphoria from yesterday's trading session when we saw all three major U.S. indexes rally to highs, some not seen since 2020, some 2008. The NASDAQ, you have to go back to 2001. But Sumi, today is a different story, and the sell-off that we're seeing on Wall Street actually cuts in half those gains from yesterday. I want to draw a couple of goalposts for you. So right at this moment, we're seeing the S&P down 232 points. Now at the session high today, it was down 103 points. At the session low, 341 points. So that shows you sitting right about in the middle of the trading session today. But I want to point out, we saw an accelerated sell-off after the White House confirmed that China's effective tariff rate had gone up to 145%. There had been some question of whether the 125% increase was on top of the earlier issued 20% that the administration attributes to policing the fentanyl crisis. And sure enough, those stacked. So when we saw news that it was going to be 145% on China, we saw stocks sink even lower. Now, to hear the president talk about strategy, because Sumi, that is what investors want to hear. What is the path ahead? He said that there was going to be a transition cost. He said that there were going to be even transition problems. So investors want to know, is the transition problem the gains that have been sliced off yesterday's rally, or are there more to come? And that uncertainty has everybody on pins and needles here.
So for now, the turbulence continues. Our North America business correspondent, Aaron Delmore, in front of the New York Stock Exchange there. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, Darshini David, our Deputy Economics Editor, is still with me. We were hearing Donald Trump talking to his cabinet about there will be a transition cost to all of this, his tariffs policies. There will be transition problems. Well, we've certainly seen some of that. But on the upside, the White House is saying they've got all these countries queuing up to do business with America, to do trade deals.
Indeed.
Do you think that's true? Do you think that's right?
Well, we do know that certain countries have approached the US. And we heard the Israeli Prime Minister there, didn't we, earlier in the week at the White House saying that we've had a chat about things we could do to try and bring down some trade barriers. So there is no doubt that many countries are having these discussions. You've got to wonder how many trade negotiators there are in the US and if they're going to have time in these 90 days to actually sort much out. But there will be things, concessions made. The question is, do we go back to where we were before? And the answer seems to be, from all the architects of trade policy who've worked with President Trump that I've talked to, the answer seems to be no. They say the idea of zero for zero tariffs doesn't make any sense as far as the president is concerned. He wants to see businesses relocate manufacturing to the US and jobs to the US. And he says, unless you put some tariffs in place, that simply doesn't make business sense for American business.
All right, Darshini, once again, thank you very much indeed.
We've been looking at the economics of all of this. Let's take a look at the politics now and what's been happening inside the White House. President Trump's explosive announcement on tariffs last week caused shockwaves around the world, but it also seems to have ignited some tensions among key figures in his administration. We've seen the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, for example, with some dissonance in his messaging compared to what the president has been saying. And Elon Musk, the world's richest man and also a close advisor to Donald Trump, he clashed with another one of Donald Trump's senior advisors, the trade czar Peter Navarro. Take a look. Mr. Musk, who advocates free trade, called Mr. Navarro a moron and, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Well, Mr. Navarro said Elon Musk isn't a car manufacturer. He's just a car assembler who wants to keep importing cheap foreign parts for his products. So let's talk about the politics of all of this now with our North America correspondent, Anthony Zerker, who is following the latest. Anthony, very good to have you on. You know, we heard the White House press secretary say when asked about this spat between Elon Musk and Peter Navarro that boys will be boys. But what does this actually tell us about the tariff policy and how the administration, Republicans, and the president feel about it?
I think it tells you that there's some conflict within Donald Trump's inner circle. And Donald Trump doesn't necessarily have a problem with that. Sometimes he actually encourages his advisors, people in his staff, to kind of go at each other. He enjoys the conflict. He likes being able to float above it and then make the decisions based on what he sees. But I think there are different factions in this White House, and some of them, including Scott Bessent and others, are in favor of a more restrained trade policy. They want to focus on China. They don't want as big and sweeping across the board tariffs. But then you see other sides advocating a much more aggressive trade policy. Peter Navarro being one of the leading members of that group, and so now it seems like at least the folks who are preaching caution, the folks who are telling Donald Trump to take a step back and let the markets cool off a little bit, they have the upper hand.
Anthony, we've seen at least two explanations for what we saw at the White House on Wednesday. It was either the art of the deal, as we've heard from the Trump administration, or a U-turn, as Democrats say, a climb down from the president. What do we actually take away from all of this? Has any of this weakened President Trump's position?
I think it was a dramatic reversal, and I think that fosters views that this administration is not being consistent. And one thing when you're applying these tariffs, if you want American businesses to start making decisions based on the moves of these tariffs, they have to know that they're going to be there, that they're not going to change overnight, because they're going to be building factories, for instance, to produce things on American soil. And if the tariff policies change in the middle of that construction, it could leave them high and dry. I think you did hear from members of the administration say this was a part of the deal. This is where they wanted to be to begin with. They were bringing people to the negotiating table, allies, South Korea, Japan, the EU, meanwhile focusing attention on China as being the big villain here. But Donald Trump kind of undercut all of that yesterday afternoon when he came out and talked about queasiness in the markets, and people were getting a little bit afraid, and they were getting yippy, and that the bond market, what was happening with the instability in the bond market, was one of the reasons why Wednesday morning he made the decision from his heart, he said, not with lawyers, but from his heart, to dial things back. And that definitely undercut all of these "this was our grand plan" type of explanations.
And Anthony, polling generally lags a few weeks behind, so we don't always have a snapshot that's up to date. But what can we take away from what average Americans think of all of this?
Well, we're starting to see some polls come out in the middle of this week that were in the field at the beginning of Donald Trump's move on tariffs. And they do show that the United States public is concerned, is a little more apprehensive about what Donald Trump is doing. His overall approval ratings have dipped somewhat. His approval for his handling of the economy and tariffs in particular showed that a majority of the American public don't like what he's doing. And then you have to remember that with these permutations, the gyrations in the stock market, over half of Americans own stocks in their retirement accounts. They aren't Wall Street traders. They aren't folks who live and die by the stock market, but their retirement, their futures are based on stocks going up. And so they can't help but see, even if it's going to take longer for prices to go up and the tariffs to really take a bite, they can't help but see this affecting their savings and their long-term plans.
All right. Anthony Zurcher, as always, thanks so much for that analysis.
Well, we've been listening into the session of the U.S. Cabinet, actually, and let's just hear Donald Trump. He's there talking to his cabinet.
Which is, the area where they said massive. And I've looked at that during the Biden administration. You couldn't see a piece of that concrete. There were so many people on it. You couldn't, if you had helicopter shots, you couldn't see concrete. Now, this weekend, you had nobody there but a man with a broom sweeping it and cleaning it up. Pretty amazing. It's really an amazing job. But it will be used for that. It will be used for a lot of things. It'll be used by the Department of Justice for doing a great job. Pam is doing a fantastic job. So it's going to be used for a lot.
So there's Donald Trump talking to his cabinet. And at the beginning of that session of the cabinet, by the way, he talked about his tariff policies. And he said, quote, "There will be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it is going to be a beautiful thing." Well, here in the UK, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that trade talks with the United States are at an advanced stage and making progress. But he also said that any trade deal with the United States would not be the end of the challenge. Well, let's talk about that with Nick Watt, who's our political editor for BBC News Night, and also our World Affairs editor, John Simpson's with us. Nick, first of all, tell us more about what Keir Starmer's been saying and these trade talks, because we know that Donald Trump is saying these countries are all queuing up, to get access to him, to come to the White House, to do deals because of his tariff policies. But I suppose the UK was looking for that for quite a while.
Yeah, so what the UK has is obviously the lowest tariff, that 10%, which is now the one that everyone apart from China has. But we also have this extra 25% tariff on steel, aluminium and cars. So what we're trying to do is the UK would like that 25% figure to go down, but they'd also like the minimum 10% figure to go round, although the White House thinking at the moment is no, that 10% is not moving. The negotiations are over wider trade deals that countries would potentially be having with the United States. I mean, what Keir Starmer has been saying from the beginning of all of this is we'll be calm, we'll be cool, let's not sort of, tweet energetically as some European leaders did when obviously there was that bust up in the White House on a separate issue with President Zelensky. But behind the scenes, they're pretty nervous. They're nervous because it's a moment of peril for the UK, a potential trade war, but it's also a moment of peril for the world. And they know that you have a very unpredictable president. You mustn't offend him. And it's interesting, we saw that cabinet meeting in the White House. It's been going on for about an hour. The cameras are in there. Every cabinet minister going around that table, Mr. President, you're doing so well. Mr. President, you're transforming our country. I mean, cabinet ministers in the US are always pretty deferential to the president, but this is at another level. You mustn't offend Donald Trump. So we're trying to be very careful.
And that, in a way, John Simpson, our World Affairs editor, is the sort of the other side of the coin from China, isn't it? Because they are saying they'll fight to the end. For them, is this a sort of sense of national pride that they're not going to just roll over to Donald Trump? They are going to fight these tariffs.
I think it's more than even the national pride. I think, honestly, Ben, that the Chinese see this as the future of the world, of China and of Europe, perhaps, but China versus America. And for 3-4 years now, Chinese officials, top figures, have been saying openly that China is the dominant power now. And here we have the test. President Trump has set it up, which might seem to be perhaps a bit unwise. The China Daily, which speaks specifically for President Xi, says caving into US pressure is out of the question. They're putting it all on the line. There's no possibility of backing down from that. If China does cave in to American pressure, then President Xi Jinping himself will pay the price for it. And that's how they see it. I think that President Trump, in some ways, sees it in the same way as being an all-out attack between China and America. But I think he believes that the US can win it. I'm not sure that many outside people would say that.
I've heard it said that Donald Trump has got the watch, but China's got the time. In other words, it's big enough, and its political structure, essentially a dictatorship, means it doesn't have to worry, President Xi doesn't have to worry about the midterm elections or anything like that. He can wait this out. He can be patient.
Yes, as long as he wins. But, every Chinese leader, and Xi Jinping more than anybody else, has to remember that the stability of China comes first. And the danger of an all-out tariff war with China, it's 3-4% of world trade, but nevertheless it's an enormous amount of world trade. And somebody was saying yesterday, somebody in Wall Street was saying that 80% of the trade between China and the US can be affected by this.
But I suppose, Nick, a lot of the goods that China currently sells to the United States, it could dump on other countries like the UK, potentially, cheap imports that it could sell around the world and in Asia as well. It's got alternative markets. It's got its own domestic market, actually, hasn't it, which is massive.
Well, yes, is China going to build up its own domestic market? And there has been that fear that we could in this country be victims of dumping. Obviously, now that we have the same tariff rate as the European Union, that is obviously going to be changing those calculations. But it's interesting that the World Trade Organization put out a pretty bleak statement yesterday when it was assumed that the tariff on Chinese goods going into the United States was 125%. It's now 145%. They were talking about how that's, as you say, 3% of global change. It can have an enormous impact, and talking about the danger of the world splitting into these sort of geopolitical split giants. And that could take, they say, 7% out of world GDP. You're into that sort of territory. You're way beyond a recession. You're heading into depression territory. So yes, and it's interesting. There was great happiness after there was that Donald Trump announcement yesterday. The stock markets were up. What's the story been in the last few hours? Stock markets down because people are thinking we've got the two biggest economies of the world basically unable to trade with each other. And interestingly, at the end of his statement yesterday, Donald Trump was saying, I know President Xi, I think he wants to have a deal, but he doesn't know how to do it. You suspected actually was Donald Trump saying that Donald Trump wants to have a deal, but Donald Trump, may not know how to get out of this.
It's all mind games. Thank you very much, Nick Watt and John Simpson. Pleasure to talk to both of you. Nick, by the way, will be back here on BBC News in a few hours' time on the BBC Newsnight programme. Could much more have changed by then. You never know.
That's right, Ben. And just before we go, let's go back to Wall Street outside the New York Stock Exchange. Our New York business correspondent, Aaron Delmore, is still standing by for us there. Aaron, we keep hearing that markets and businesses don't like uncertainty. What are traders there telling you about how they are managing expectations for the days and weeks to come?
They're treading carefully, Sumi, and that's because they don't know what to expect out of this White House. Now, what investors want to hear is a concrete plan forward, what the strategy is. What they're hearing are the tactics. President Trump and his inner circle plans on negotiating with some 70-plus countries, but they're not hearing what the strategy is to get to the end game. And Sumi, I'll remind you, consumer spending powers 70% of the U.S. economy. It's an overwhelming number. So this fear that goods coming into the United States could cost more because of tariffs, then businesses would either absorb that cost or pass it on to consumers, which could suppress consumer spending. That is top of mind for every business leader thinking about the health of their firm in the months and the years to come even. So investors on tenterhooks at the moment, still feeling jittery, a bit yippy as President Trump characterized it yesterday, and trying to figure out what concrete plan and strategy they can hear from the White House.
And what about the impact, Aaron, beyond Wall Street, on Main Street, as it's often said here? Do we have a sense of how all of this will impact average Americans with the possibility of prices going up significantly?
So when I ask that, I get a couple of different reactions, and a lot of it does depend on where people sit on the political spectrum. President Trump's broad narrative about being tough on China, about leveling the playing field, about making sure that other countries are paying to be in the U.S. market, are having fair, he calls fair deals of trade with the United States. It's probably popular among his base, and people are willing to, as the president puts it, take a little bit of pain for long-term gain. But there are a lot of folks in a lot of circles who are concretely worried about the price of goods rising in the United States on the heels of inflation that has really been an issue for households trying to balance their budgets since the COVID pandemic. And hidden today in the economic news was CPI data that came out at 8:30 Eastern this morning, showing some pretty encouraging data points. Both the core inflation number, which strips out volatile food and energy prices, and the headline inflation number, which takes everything for the consumer price index, actually came in better than expected, showing a trajectory on inflation that Fed officials would cheer. The question is, what happens next? Because immediately that data is backwards looking, and it's not really a trend line that we can account for if we suspect that these tariffs will stay in place and raise goods for average consumers.
Aaron, really interesting. Great to talk to you as always. Thank you, Aaron.
Just in the last few moments, the BBC has confirmed that US tariffs against China add up to 145%. That is on top of, that is including the existing 20% tariffs that were already imposed on the country at the beginning of the year. And also, after yesterday's huge rally on Wall Street, today we are seeing a very different picture. Share prices falling on the US stock exchange as uncertainty continues over the US trade policy. The Dow is down 3.4%, the S&P 500 down 4.2%, and the Nasdaq is down 5%. Trading, however, in Europe and Asia, though, saw prices surge. So let's talk to our correspondents in Washington and in New York. Jake Cron joins us first. And Jake, we've got this clarification from the White House as to the tariffs that China face. Just talk us through what we're learning, because initially we thought that China was on 125% tariff, already eye-watering, but we've had some kind of clarity now.
Yes, I mean, this 145% is the clarification from the White House today. The BBC finally has that number now. But there was a bit of a confusion earlier because, yes, as you say, Mr. Trump had tweeted earlier, put it on his Truth Social earlier, that the tariff rate on China will be 125%. So now the White House has clarified that, yes, there is the existing 20% that Mr. Trump has slapped on China due to what he accuses China of is letting fentanyl flow to the U.S. So now we have the 145%. But I want to point out that this is kind of a telling of how much confusion and still uncertainty around this tariff announcement. Even in the Congress here, we saw earlier the Republicans and the Democrat senators talk about this tariff issue, and there seems to be an amazing amount of confusion. Let me just read you one quote from Republican Senator Ron Johnson, and he was saying, "I still don't know what his total strategy is," referring to Mr. Trump. "I don't know what the end game is here." And Democratic Senator Elisa Slotkin, she was saying, "I'm just trying to understand what the hell is happening." And it seems that there's even confusion amongst the White House, amongst the staff of Mr. Trump. Yesterday, we saw Mr. Jameson Greer, who is Mr. Trump's top trade official. He was testifying in front of the Congress. And as he was testifying for hours, he's appeared to be unaware of this 90-day pause that Mr. Trump has announced, and that led him to being berated by one of the Democratic politicians, saying that, hey, your boss seems to know something that you don't. So all this uncertainty, it looms over what the market is going to do for the next 90 days.
Yeah, and on that, let's cross over to Erin Delmore and have a look at what the markets are doing. Jake, thank you very much, because Erin, yesterday we saw that absolutely huge rally, that surge upwards. Today, however, the markets are not looking so good.
Right, and that's a reaction to the sizable tariffs that remain in place on U.S. imports from China. As you said, stands at 145%. 20%, the administration has said, is in response to China's handling of the fentanyl crisis, and an additional 125% put into effect yesterday. Now, that makes investors uneasy, and we're seeing it play out on Wall Street. The Dow is down nearly 1,700 points as we speak. That's down 4.14%. The S&P down closer to 5%. The NASDAQ down more than 5%, in fact, about 5 3/4. But what we need to do, as much as we can talk about the historic rally yesterday on Wall Street, is actually take the numbers back to April 2nd, which is when President Trump announced his tariffs. If we go back to that mark, the S&P is down around 6%. So as much as we can talk about this roller coaster ride that we've had in the last weeks, and yes, the S&P landed above 9% yesterday. That's a one-day high since 2008. The Dow, a one-day high going back to as far as March 2020. The NASDAQ saw its best day since 2021. Yes, all banner numbers, but put it into context with what we've seen the last week, and the S&P, that broad 500 company index, is broadly down.
Erin, as always, thank you very much. Ellen Delmore there, our North America business correspondent. Also, our thanks to Jake Kwon joining us from Washington on the very latest there. And just a line coming from the former US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, who is saying that the threat, the instability from the falling of the markets and the falling prices for the US Treasury debt, that is, of course, the bonds, that was the reason, she reckons, why Donald Trump then created this pause. Of course, we're hearing from the White House that this was always part of the plan. So a little bit of confusion, and not least with the tariffs on China. A lot to discuss. I'm pleased to say that our economic correspondent Andy Verity joins us now. And Andy, we were hearing about that, just confusion there. The saying goes, markets hate confusion.
Yes.
But that's the messaging we're getting.
It's mood swings, isn't it? We have this sudden euphoria overnight, and then you're hit by this sobering realization in the hangover of the next day that you still have, even if you don't have quite the multilateral trade war that Trump was talking about a few days ago, a bilateral trade war on a scale we haven't seen in decades with the US and China, and all kinds of uncertainties facing the auto industry, facing the likes of Canada and Mexico, who still face 25% tariffs. Basically, all kinds of uncertainty. And anyway, the trade war has just been postponed for 90 days. He hasn't cancelled it.
Exactly, and that's really important just to keep stressing there. Just we saw that the Wall Street has opened a little bit lower. There's still a lot of angst, I guess. Europe, though, they were looking a little bit more comfortable today. So what do we read into that comparison?
Well, I mean, I think you have to look at the timings of the various announcements. The markets in Europe have been playing catch-up for most of the day, but with some trepidation, because even as they were looking at the S&P 500 that covers the shares of the top 500 companies listed in New York, going up by 9% yesterday, they weren't actually edging up by as much because they knew that something bad would come today. And they were right. You know, the traders were predicting that there'd be less of a performance on the American markets today, and that's exactly what's happened. And I think part of it is that the fundamentals of the financial system are still looking shaky. That sell-off in US Treasuries that we saw yesterday and the day before, although it's recovered some of the ground, it hasn't got back to where it was before Trump announced these major tariffs over the past week or so. And that has undermined confidence in the bedrock of the global financial system, namely the stability of US Treasuries and US Treasury bonds, which until now were the safe haven in a time of crisis.
And that is certainly what the former US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen was saying. She was speaking to a US broadcaster, and she said it was the movement in the bonds that spooked, or to use Donald Trump's word, yippied, or however he says it, him in order to create this pause.
Yeah, he said the markets were getting a little bit yippy. We don't really know what that means, but it certainly doesn't seem to overstate how things were. Because in 2008, the financial crisis, you didn't have people selling bonds. They were a shelter. They were a place for a flight to safety. You only had it really in the last few decades in the COVID crisis, when there was the dash for cash. People were worried governments couldn't afford all the money they'd have to spend on support measures during the lockdowns, and therefore they sold even US Treasury bonds. That will have prompted some very heated discussions. We can't know what they were, but I think Janet Yellen is speculating that he would have been told in no uncertain terms, you're undermining our status not only as a foundation stone of the global financial system, but also as the place where people look to for stability. And if you want to give up that status, that could also undermine the dollar. And again, we're seeing today that people have been selling the dollar. That's something that's going to worry President Trump at a time when, in theory, his tariffs, if what he says is true, are going to be good for the American economy.
Andy, so much to discuss. Thank you so much, as always. Andy Verity there. So let's just pick up on that our understanding now that what the White House has clarified the tariffs on China as being at 145%. We can speak to Zhongyuan Zhou Yu, who's the Morris R. Greenberg Senior Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Zoe, welcome to BBC News. I guess regardless of whether it's 125 or 145%, if you count in that original 20% from January when Donald Trump came into office, we're talking about unrealistic and absolutely unsustainable figures here.
Yes, and thank you very much for having me. The tariff hike is going to hurt the Chinese economy, especially small and medium-sized manufacturers that contribute to about 80% of Chinese export, as well as about 70 to 80% of Chinese employment. So tariffs, and as of today, news stories talked a lot about the canceling of orders and container shipment. So this is not a good news for the Chinese economy, and this is not definitely not what the party or President Xi Jinping desires.
Now, China has steadily been accumulating US Treasury securities, these bonds, over the last few decades. Just explain to us their reasoning for doing that, and is there a potential that they could as a political motivation to undermine the United States, could they possibly start really selling those off aggressively?
China is the world's largest foreign exchange reserve holder, and China's official foreign exchange reserves exceeded $3 trillion and has been stabilized around that level for quite a few years. And in terms of foreign exchange reserve management, the conventional method is to manage it to invest in asset that is liquid and safe in order to safeguarding the value of foreign exchange reserves. And it just given that the U.S. Treasury is the risk-free asset benchmark, and it is also the most liquid and cash equivalent asset. So it makes sense for central banks around the world, including the People's Bank of China, to buy U.S. Treasuries. Now, over the past 10 months, the Chinese People's Bank of China, the central bank, has been decreasing its holding of U.S. Treasuries because of in response to the need to diversifying away from Treasuries in the aftermath of the West raising of Russian reserves. So, but I would say that any instability in the Treasuries market is going to hurt China simply because the size is so big.
Yeah, so the dollar is, well, it's perceived to be that dollar Treasury bond is perceived to be risk-free. It's dangerous to undermine the dollar, to weaken the dollar. And yet, Zoe, I know you've been writing about the Mar-a-Lago Accord, named on Donald Trump's Miami, Florida residence. Just talk us through what that means and why potentially it could be dangerous.
I think many people have been talking about the danger of the Mar-a-Lago Accord, and I think the Mar-a-Lago Accord, as it is envisioned or proposed, is a way to restructure the global trading system and trying to reconcile a couple of seemingly conflicting agendas. On the one hand, the proposed Mar-a-Lago Accord seemingly wanted to have the U.S. security allies pay more and transform the U.S. from a net importing country economy to a net exporter, and tries to have the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, maintain the dollar's hegemonic power position, but at the same time trying to devaluate the dollar in a systematic way such that America's export can be competitive. So none of this can be simultaneously achieved, I'm afraid. And on top of that, the United States has been running a trade deficit for quite a long period of time. I guess the last time the U.S. had a trade surplus was in the 1970s. So from that perspective, a lot of the proposed way to systematically devaluate the U.S. dollar may not necessarily achieve the goal of rebalancing the trade. If anything that we have learned from the Plaza Accord, that is not successful.
Zoe, thank you very much for just talking us through that. Really good to get that kind of clarity. Youngman Zoe Liu, Morris R. Greenberg Senior Fellow for China Studies on the Council of Foreign Relations. Really appreciate your expertise.
Donald Trump's new economic world order is taking shape as his so-called reciprocal tariffs on 60 countries, which the US president calls the worst offenders, have just kicked in. Top of the president's economic hit list is China. Its exporters are now grappling with tariffs of 104% on their goods after Beijing refused to back down from its own retaliatory measures. Other nations with higher tariffs include Japan, who are hit with a 24% levy. India is now dealing with taxes of 27% on its goods. And many other Southeast Asian nations are on the unenviable list. Notably, 49% on Cambodian products. Also, a lot of manufacturing moved from China to Vietnam, and it is now having to pay a tax of 46% on its US imports. President Trump said these tariffs will make the US $2 billion a day. He also acknowledged that his economic strategy had been somewhat explosive and said the White House is in the process of making bespoke deals with countries.
So that whole situation that, it was somewhat explosive, but if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit, but we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast. But we don't have to because, as you know, the tariffs are on and the money is pouring in at a level that we've never seen before.
Well, we'll head to Asia shortly to talk to Shaima Khalil in Tokyo, Jonathan Head in Bangkok, and Marika Oy in Singapore. But first to Washington and our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes. So, Peter, the tariffs are now in place, the reciprocal tariffs. It was hoped, I'm sure, on the part of many countries that deals could have been done before this moment.
Yes, really, we're seeing now the full force of those tariffs. That it's now a week since Donald Trump first announced his plans. The full force of those tariffs around the world, with individual countries, the worst offenders, as the White House has described them, now feeling the weight of those tariffs. And well, you've mentioned China, that 104% tariff. That's as a result of China not pulling back on its tariffs against the United States in terms of products going to the US. And really, this is what Donald Trump wanted. He's described it as explosive. He says you have to shake it up a little bit. That might be a little bit of an understatement when you gauge the reaction internationally. And increasingly, Sally, the reaction in this country, we're seeing people concerned about everyday products like food, like clothing. Some people are beginning to stockpile those goods in their homes while they can, before they expect the prices to rise in the next few days.
And quite incredible to see the swift movements on Wall Street in every direction, up and down, as traders can't take their eyes off the screen. And, you know, Truth Social and other places where Donald Trump is adding more detail.
Yeah, and I think uncertainty is the word, because we're seeing those wild fluctuations in Wall Street that often just swing on a few words from the White House, or indeed rumours that maybe actually turn out to be wrong but still affect the markets. So I think strong and so significant are the jitters that people are feeling at the moment, that it doesn't take much to make, you know, quite significant changes in terms of prices and the sell-off that we've been seeing.
Okay, Peter, thank you so much indeed. Let's talk to Shaima Khalil now, who joins us from Tokyo. Shaima, 24% tariffs for Japan, an ally of the US, a very important trading partner. So many goods head to the United States, and it's hoped that Japan could be first in the queue for negotiations.
Yes, Japan will get priority tariff negotiations, according to the U.S. Treasury Secretary. But what that will look like, how that will turn out, nobody really knows. It's still in that uncertain realm, as Peter was speaking there. But I think, look, there's so many stats and numbers that you can throw at this story. But I think here in Tokyo, the sentiment is still one of being stunned, of being shocked. As you say, Sally, Tokyo is a staunch ally in the region, a key economic and security ally of the United States. And unlike Beijing, this is a friendly relationship. Tokyo is a friend, Beijing is a foe. And yet, Japan feels that it has to swallow the bitter pill of the reciprocal tariffs. And there's almost a sentiment of, how could you do this to us? That politically, you can feel it in the air. The Prime Minister, Shigeru Ishiba, said the whole country has to come together in what he described as a national crisis. There's that governmental task force now with thousands of consulting desks and financial institutions fielding calls regarding tariffs. But even though the Prime Minister has called for diplomatic composure, the fact that Tokyo is still very much in tandem with its relationship and committed to the U.S. economy, with a 25% levy on the car industry already in place, the danger is real. The auto industry represents 20% of Japan's exports. That's $17 billion of projected losses if these levies are still in place. The tariff diplomacy is in full force. There are two major developments in the chaos of the last few days. One is that 30-minute phone call between the Prime Minister and Donald Trump on Monday, and that tells you that there is an open channel. And the second one is the appointment of the Economic Minister, Ryosei Akazawa, as the chief tariff negotiator. He will be dealing with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Look, there's so much that Tokyo can bring to the table. For 5 years running, Japan has been the U.S.'s top investor. There are 54,000 U.S. military personnel here. There's already developing defense agreements between the U.S. And Japan. And so the negotiators have a lot to talk about with the United States.
Right.
They will get, as you say, a front seat, but it's still a very uphill battle.
Priority boarding, as they say, when you're getting on a plane. Thank you, Shaima. Let's go to Jonathan Head in Bangkok. So, Jonathan, Thailand is on the worst offenders list as well. So what is it facing now? The tariffs have come into effect in the last few minutes. And I have seen the Thai markets being hit hard by all of this as well.
As they are across the region, Sally. I mean, the worst affected country, or the least in terms of the actual scale of the tariffs, is little Cambodia, 49%. I mean, there is simply no hope that Cambodia can buy as much from the US as it sells. That's going to have a devastating effect on its garment industry. Like other countries in this region, the response from Cambodia, from Vietnam as well. Vietnam, US exports to the United States, it's the largest destination, account for 23% of its entire GDP. And Vietnam has very ambitious growth targets for its current economic plans. For Thailand, it's a bit less, about 18% of exports go to the US, but Thailand has a flatlining economy and is desperately looking for all possible ways of getting it going. These tariffs have come at the worst possible moment. Now, the official response from all the governments in this region is don't panic, don't retaliate, as China has done, negotiate. But negotiations, I mean, as you heard from Shaima, Japan's at the head of the line. Thailand's going to send its finance minister, the Vietnamese deputy prime minister's on his way. The Malaysian leader, Anwar Ibrahim, is heading to Washington too. I mean, who will they meet? We heard from Mr. Trump's trade counsellor, Peter Navarro, in interviews given over the last 24 hours, that even though these countries have all offered to reduce their tariffs, Vietnam said, we'll bring our tariffs down to zero. He said that won't matter. He said the fundamental problem is the imbalance in trade. And because these tariffs have been calculated not on the basis of what tariffs are imposed on the US, but on how big the trade deficit is, all of Southeast Asia pretty much has a trade surplus with the US because these are relatively low income, high exporting countries. That's their model. They simply cannot buy as much from the US as they export. And so it doesn't look at the moment, if Mr. Navarro's influence still holds, as though whether it's actually going to be possible for those trade negotiations to actually be able to be successful.
And Jonathan, you mentioned Cambodia and Vietnam as well, in particular, and I noticed a lot of their governments are saying we're going to buy more US goods. We're looking to see what we can purchase from the US to try and reduce the deficit. But actually, Vietnam, Cambodia in particular, really benefited from the tariffs that Trump put in place in his first term in office back in 2016, because all the manufacturing was moving out of China to other parts of Southeast Asia. And later in this program, I'll be talking to a company boss who's in Arkansas who has all his goods made in Vietnam. And still those tariffs are much lower than China, aren't they? So you're still better off getting things made in Vietnam than China.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's all a question of if you're hit with tariffs, are you going to be worse off than your competitor? And I think that's where, look, Southeast Asian countries are inherently transactional, and they are being pragmatic, even though inwardly I think they'll be panicking. There are going to be big impacts on their people's standards of living. I mean, Peter Navarro claimed that 1/3 of Vietnamese exports to the US are actually de facto products diverted into Vietnam from China. That's not actually true. The best studies, and statistics are not good on this, estimate that perhaps 7 to 16% of exports from Vietnam to the US probably are ones that are a result of tariffs in China. But it has played a very big role, and it means that there's real turbulence for supply chains, for manufacturers. Where are they going to go next? It's like whack-a-mole. One country gets hit with tariffs, you try and relocate somewhere else. It's the unpredictability, of course, and the very peculiar nature of these tariffs that the Trump administration has come up with, which makes it so hard for governments and manufacturers to decide what their long-term plans should be now.
Okay. Jonathan, thank you very much. Well, let's bring in Mariko Ooi, who is in our Asia Business Hub in Singapore, watching financial markets. So, Mariko, how are they looking today?
Well, Sally, I think it's fair to say that we are back on a roller coaster ride. You and I have been watching the stock market reaction since Thursday last week, ever since Mr. Trump announced those latest tariffs in what the White House calls on Liberation Day. And on Thursday and Friday, we saw that sell-off. And then on Monday, we saw a much bigger sharp sell-off, especially in Japan and Hong Kong. Yesterday, we saw a bit of a recovery, but then once again, we are back in the red. So basically, investors are not liking everything that they're hearing in terms of that escalating tension between the United States and China. As Shaima and Jonathan were talking about it, various Asian governments are in negotiation with Washington, but so far no one has been successful in winning an exemption or getting a deal, and that's why we're seeing this sell-off. Investors and economists have been warning about these tariffs pushing up prices in the United States and possibly pushing the US and even a global economy into a recession, and that fear is getting realistic day by day.
Thank you so much, Mariko, and thank you also to Jonathan Head, Shaima Khalil and Peter Bowes, as well as we get reaction to these tariffs, which have now been in place for nearly 15 minutes on all these countries, 60 countries digesting brand new tariffs. Let's now focus on China. I'm joined by Han Lin, who is China Country Director of the Asia Group. Welcome to BBC News. 104% is the tariffs now on Chinese goods headed to the United States. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, these tariffs are quite frustrating for the Chinese government. Not that China feels unprepared, but that the U.S.-China trade situation has unraveled so quickly without a clear off-ramp or a channel of communication besides China capitulating, which is not likely going to happen. But certainly one thing that's being watched as carefully as this is that I remember late last quarter, China had announced that if there was a trade war, China would respond firmly. It has a more diverse and deeper toolkit to retaliate with, and that China has a greater capacity to endure or suffer pain. So it looks like this thesis is about to be challenged over the coming weeks and months. But certainly one thing we do know, which is this: if China can't export its way to GDP growth, it's going to focus more on the domestic economy. And when you look at China's sinking stock market, there's a lot more pressure to accelerate the fiscal and monetary stimulus that's been announced earlier.
But that pivot from being the factory of the world to looking at economic growth fueled by domestic demand is not an easy transition, and actually it's something China's been trying to do for a few years now, really since the global pandemic. So how will it make that shift? I mean, I'm looking at Goldman Sachs, who's now saying the impact on the Chinese economy could be something like 4.5% this year of a reduction in GDP growth.
That is a challenge China is trying to deal with, because it looks like, at least based on the recent Purchasing Managers Index data for March, the economy looks like it's stabilizing, and that there is still a lot of potential for aggregate demand growth, and that things and stimulus such as cutting rates still have yet to happen. So there are still potential, but that is true. China has stuck to its 5% growth target this year. That was certainly announced during the recent two sessions, and how likely it's going to meet that 5% growth target in a way that people feel safe and comfortable going forward, that is still very much an open question.
Okay, Han Lin from the Asia Group, thank you for giving us your take on the challenges facing China. Well, let's now talk to someone who is glued to the screens, a trader, an investor, Dan Ives, who's the global head of tech research at Wedbush Securities. Dan, how are you doing?
I mean, look, I tell you, 25 years doing this, through dot-com bubble burst, financial crisis, COVID, I think this is probably the scariest days that I've seen in my career.
I must admit, Dan, I'm going to agree with you on that, because I've been working in financial journalism as long as you have. I remember the dot-com bubble bursting at the end of the 90s, as you say, the financial crisis, 2008, COVID. This feels more intense, and the gyrations are much more severe. So why is that?
Because you don't know the rules of the game. And ultimately, these are things where when you talk about turning around once this snowball starts going downhill, you can't stop it. And I believe as these go into effect, a recession's almost guaranteed in the U.S. And I think it's an economic Armageddon that's self-inflicted. In my opinion, it's the worst policy move out of the White House in 100 years.
So you are not on board then with the president who says, okay, I know this is explosive, I know this is painful, but in the long term, America will be the winner. We are making America great again, America wealthy again. Is that not what will happen?
The opposite. Because, someone like myself that spent 25 years in and around the supply chain, in Asia, in China, in Taiwan. It's a fictional tale that you're going to make iPhones in the U.S. And the market is not Republican or Democrat. It knows reality and it knows math. And that's why stocks are selling off. And that's why, look, this is going to go down in history. Unfortunately, it's going to be a dark chapter. And I just believe the pressure is going to continue to mount in D.C., on Wall Street. Then negotiations are going to start because this cannot be at this level. It continues to be an absurd situation. And unfortunately, it's consumers that are going to be paying for it.
And Dan, you've been, over the years that I've spoken to you, extremely bullish on Tesla, also Apple as well, which has been the darling of the market and seen as a solid stock. And yet, obviously, Apple is so exposed to all of this. What's your take on those kind of companies that have been massively sold off, and Tesla in particular, and Elon Musk and his role in all of this? Not that he's involved with tariffs specifically, but of course, his alignment with President Trump.
Look, I think no industry is hurt more than these tariffs. U.S. tech, it could take U.S. tech sector back a decade. At the same point, that for the first time in 30 years, U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech, in my opinion, when it comes to AI revolution. Look, longer term, our bullish stance remains. We haven't downgraded a stock. But I'll tell you, when it comes to Musk, he has to get out of government. It's actually not a choice at this point. Tesla's become a political symbol. It's been a debacle of epic proportions. And look, clock struck midnight. He needs to leave the U.S. government in terms of his role.
Turmoil in the markets and the financial world as shockwaves from US President Donald Trump's tariffs continue. But despite the widespread alarm, Trump is sticking to his plans. So what's happening and what does it mean for people worldwide? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Adrian Finnegan. It's an old saying in economics that when America sneezes, the world catches a cold. So what happens after the US enters a, quote, self-induced economic nuclear winter can only be imagined. That's the description of President Donald Trump's trade tariff policy, and not from an opponent, but from one of his most powerful Wall Street supporters, billionaire investor Bill Ackman. In the days since Trump unveiled his global tariffs regime, there's been chaos and turmoil in trade and markets everywhere. Trump says he's sticking by his plans, unmoved by the widespread criticism and alarm at his policies. So what is happening right now? Is it a bit of turbulence that'll blow over, or something much more serious with lasting impact? And can the world handle Trump's economic policies? We'll get to our guests in just a moment, but first a report from Victoria Gatenby.
From Australia to Japan, Europe to the United States, stock markets have plummeted as shockwaves from tariffs imposed by US President Donald Trump reverberate around the world.
I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal, but I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that, because to me a deficit is a loss.
It's been less than a week since President Trump's so-called Liberation Day.
Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%.
He announced tariffs on 185 countries, many of them long-term allies of the United States. The move led to dismay in Europe and fury in China.
The U.S. is seeking hegemony in the name of reciprocity, sacrificing the legitimate interests of all countries to serve its own selfish interests, and prioritizing the U.S. over international rules. This is typical unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying.
Trump says the tariffs will bring in trillions of dollars of investment to the United States and are payback, a way to free the U.S. from reliance on foreign goods and increase manufacturing in the U.S. Imposing tariffs isn't new. Other U.S. presidents have issued levies in the past, but most economists agree they're almost always counterproductive.
Tariffs hurt workers, they hurt jobs, they are inflationary, and they ultimately hurt superannuation. And now we're seeing that on the share market. And for those people who were, anti-free trade all those years, and they called for protection on the left and on the right, they're seeing the actual consequences of someone actually doing it, as Donald Trump said he would.
China has announced its own tariffs on American products in response to those imposed by the US, deepening an already existing trade war between the two countries. Others are likely to follow, fueling fears of a global recession that will affect everyone but hit the poorest and most vulnerable the hardest. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests from Oxford in the UK. We're joined by Ian Golden, Professor of Globalization and Development at the University of Oxford. From Singapore, we're joined by Deborah Elms, Head of Trade Policy at the Heinrich Foundation. And in Berlin is Stephen Erlanger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times. Welcome to you all. Ian, let's start with you. To what extent is President Trump playing with fire here? Will his tariffs trigger a global recession? Are they an act of economic self-sabotage or simply a negotiating ploy? How risky is this strategy? I know there are a lot of questions here. Could this backfire in economic terms? Does it make any sense at all?
Thank you, Adrian. Let me start with the end. In economic terms, absolutely not. This is elementary poor economics. This is not, as he says, a medicine to cure an ill. It's a poison. And it's going to be very destructive, not only for the US economy, but for the world economy, as we, of course, already seeing. It's particularly discriminatory against poor countries who are facing much higher tariffs. It's going to be very damaging for US jobs, for US supply chains. And of course, it leads to a bigger and wider tension, escalating tariffs. And that means cooperation on other things we need to do, like stopping the next pandemic, stopping financial crises, slowing climate change. That cooperation becomes much more difficult as well. So it's not only affecting the global economy very negatively. I think it will lead to a recession in the US, but also in some other countries as well. It's having ripple effects which go way beyond economics into a very dangerous period. We saw what happened in the 1930s when protection ratcheted up. It led to rising nationalism and a war. And we really have to hope that this tones back now, that we don't get to that. The idea that because you're running a deficit, you're running a loss, which is what President Trump has said, is just very poor thinking. Because a lot of countries export things to the US, but don't import much. If you're an oil exporter to the US, or a diamond exporter, or exporting other products which the people in the US want because they can afford to buy it, and you can't afford to buy much of their products, you'll be running a surplus with the US. So that's good for the US, it's good for the country that's exporting it, and the US isn't going to substitute for it. So jobs are not going to come back to the US because of this. And to the extent that, for example, auto manufacturing comes back, it'll be highly automated. So this is not going to lead to jobs for the people who are thinking it will in the Midwest and elsewhere, who lost their jobs in the 1980s and 90s to manufacturing going abroad.
Deborah, reading your latest piece on the Heinrich Foundation website, you use words like crude, unfair, absurd, wild, and sloppy. Are we to assume, therefore, that you think the Trump administration is making a big mistake here with the way in which these tariffs have been both calculated and applied?
Yes, I do. I mean, I'd like to say that this is a thoughtful, intentional set of policies by the U.S., but ultimately, if you look at the way in which this was done, if I was still teaching as a faculty member and one of my students wrote this kind of policy description, they would not pass my class. I mean, this is so crude, the way in which this has been calculated. It's not about what tariff levels you have. It's not about your currency issues. It's not about your non-tariff barriers. It's not about services investment. It's not about even your really general unfairness. It's a straight up calculation of your trade deficit from the United States perspective. And then they've slapped that into a tariff formula. And as a result, you have really hit hard, as your previous guest just mentioned, you've really hit hard the poorest developing countries with whom the United States imports more than it exports to them for a variety of reasons. And you've even hit islands that have no people on them, at least in the initial announcement of this policy. You've hit countries that were picked out by literally internet domain searches rather than by any kind of rational, let's look at what the United Nations classifies as countries or the World Trade Organization says are members. You could not come up with a more nonsensical policy than the one that we saw rolled out in the Rose Garden last week.
Stephen, Deborah mentioned poorer countries. What do Trump's tariffs mean for the rest of us? If they're designed to make the US and Americans richer, does that mean that the rest of us will become poorer if they work as intended?
Well, to some degree, because economic growth will suffer and inflation will go up. And of course, inflation tends to hurt the poorest fastest. So it will have an impact. I mean, the US is huge. Now, it's not the entire global trading market. And there are, lots of countries that trade quite happily without the United States or could trade less with the United States. But, this immediate 10% tariff on everything from everywhere will have its own big impact, let alone the kind of bizarre calculations that your other guests have very aptly described. So I think it will hurt everyone. I mean, Europe, for instance, it's for Germany, let's take Germany, 15% of its exports currently go to the United States. And so it's about 200 billion euros. That's a lot of money. Now, some of it will be okay, but a lot of it will take this incredibly difficult period of transition. I mean, I think it's an act of self-harm, to be honest, but the world will work around it, I imagine. And I also expect, and this we don't know, is this a desire of President Trump, who's always been obsessed with this idea of tariffs, is a desire to remake the global system, or is it really a desire to have all these leaders come crawling to Washington and negotiate with him, which is something he enjoys doing very, very much? I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Let's ask Ian then. Is the US checking out of the global trade system that it created here? Can the world continue without it, and can the US continue without trading with the rest of the world?
Well, the US is certainly undermining it. It was undermining the World Trade Organization before this, which it helped create in the post-Second World War period. It's undermining it radically now, destroying it in many respects in terms of its current actions. The rest of the world will get on with it. I mean, the quite remarkable change in historical views is that China now has become one of the greatest advocates of the World Trade Organization and of the world trading system. And lots of other Asian and other economies, Europe is doubling down on its commitments to trade. And so what I think we will increasingly see is that the US is going to see slowing growth, and the rest of the world is going to get on with it. It's going to be very traumatic, the transfer of trade within the region, but Asia was already growing its trade more rapidly with itself than with the rest of the world. And I think what we're going to be seeing is a pivoting away from the US while it increases, I think, its isolation through these crazy tariff policies. So yes, the US is undermining the global system dramatically. And yes, it is going to lead to a slowing of trade with the US. But I think the rest of the world is doubling down on its commitment. And that is a remarkable thing. So we're in a very different situation elsewhere. And particularly, I think, Asia is going to reinforce its commitment to more trade.
Deborah, is this the end of globalization as we know it? Is Donald Trump forfeiting America's economic primacy, perhaps in China's favor?
I think it's unclear. I would say, is it the end of globalization as we have known it? Yes. As in, whatever you thought you were going to have as of last December, you don't have today. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop trade. We're going to stop globalization. You're going to continue to have trade and globalization, economic investment, the movement of goods, services, people, because those are important for the globe. They're important for many parts of the economy. They are clearly less important for Donald Trump and apparently for the United States at the moment. But the consequences of that for the U.S. will be quite alarming. And the consequences for the rest of us will also be challenging. And let me just say that while I agree that the world is much bigger than just the United States, many of the markets in Asia will be able to reorient their own production and sell it elsewhere. That comes with some turbulence of its own, which is that we're going to have a lot of previously untapped markets or undertapped markets that will now have new kinds of competition, both from China, but also from places like Cambodia and Vietnam even, where in the past, other markets may have been seen as too small or too difficult. But now if you don't have the U.S. market, I think you will be shifting production and you'll be selling into places that you would not have considered as important markets for you in the past. And that kind of disruption, I think, is going to be very problematic because there are many parts, even within Asia, although Asia, of course, very open, very export oriented, where domestic competition has been relatively muted. And I think that is going to put additional pressures on governments to potentially protect their own citizens from harm, what they see as harm from imports. And that runs the risk, at least, of a sort of retaliating spiral where we continue to have closing of markets that leads to additional challenges.
Stephen, could these tariffs throw Europe closer to China, do you think? How will Europe respond?
Well, Europe's thinking about it. It wants to do a trade deal with the United States as a whole. It's very worried that Washington's real intention is to try to pick off countries and use targeted tariffs against certain countries that are particularly vulnerable. Europe is very worried about China to this extent that if the American market is too expensive for Chinese goods will come pouring into Europe. So Europe's very worried about Chinese dumping products at a lower price into Europe that will compete very strongly with European products. And so there is anxiety about that. I mean, I think Europe understands that China is not its great friend. I mean, it's understood that for some time. And it understands that its own European export model is probably not going to work so well forever. It's already slowing down as the Chinese economy itself is slowing down and maturing. So there is a lot of anxiety about how China and Europe will function like this. But the EU, don't forget, and I think our colleagues know this, is incredibly powerful on trade terms. I mean, it's a huge market. The EU does have important regulatory powers and tariff powers. So it's not without tools. It's not without ways to strike back. It's trying to decide the best way to strike back that, preserve the chance to negotiate something better down the road.
Ian, the president is facing some public resistance over his policies, with tens of thousands of people protesting at home. He's urging Americans to hang tough. He's argued that price increases will be minimal compared with other economic benefits and has promised Americans an historic result. Is there a chance that his gamble could pay off, or will Americans end up recording April the 2nd as America's Liberation Day or Disaster Day?
I think there's a very low chance it'll pay off. I think this is really disastrous. We will see higher prices. That'll make it more difficult to reduce interest rates. Indeed, if prices go up considerably, we might see higher interest rates. The only countervailing force is that oil prices are likely to come down as economic growth slows, so that will reduce some of the inflationary pressures. But I think we're going to see a very slow or recessionary growth in the US. I think the chances of this being a medicine that you take and that you recover quickly is very low. I see it as a poison which will really undermine the fabric of the US as well as relations with others and other countries. And I think particularly his constituents will suffer severely negatively because these jobs will not come back and they will have higher prices for many imported goods. So I think we will see very negative impact on inequality in the US. What's been quite remarkable is, yes, tens of thousands of protesters, but business has been surprisingly quiet, I think, given how there's been a shredding of the valuation of their stocks. Everything from Tesla through the pharmaceuticals, through technology, through this whole New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ has been shredded. The biggest fall that's happened in a long time, and consumer sentiment is at a 12-year low. So you'd think that that would feed through to the White House, but it doesn't yet have seem to have had that impact. And maybe people are thinking that this is going to take a few weeks to work through, but I think it's going to be something that we're going to be saddled with for much longer than that, and we'll see that reflected in the midterm elections in the US.
Deborah, in the piece that I referred to earlier, you talk about a systemic shock, a week in which the US decisively turned against decades of economic integration in the multilateral trading system in that it once led, which will lead to new patterns of globalization where other participants in the system will respond in ways that the Trump team will likely not have foreseen. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think from the beginning here, well, first of all, it's a very sad, in my view, a very sad week that we just experienced. It's rare that you see a sort of turning point in history ahead of time and even can bookmark it in your calendar. You know, at 4 p.m. on April 2nd, we will see this happen. And here it was. You know, that was amazing. You know, how will they not foresee this? Well, I think that Trump especially seems to think that the U.S. can dictate what happens and everyone else will stand back and just watch. And in fact, you've seen his team fanning out across the media over the weekend and saying to other countries, don't retaliate just because it will get much worse for you. So you should just basically suck it up and do what we would like. I think any retaliation that we see is going to be unexpected by the Trump administration. And I think that retaliation is not going to be just a frontal assault, as in, here is my list of reciprocal tariffs against the United States, but it could also be much more subtle. It could be about the ways in which you either grant or don't grant permission for American companies to do whatever it is that they want to do. It could be about the ways in which you search for, you know, standards violations from imported fruits and vegetables from the United States. It could be a whole range of activities that may not be as obvious on the face of it, but ultimately disadvantage U.S. companies and U.S. investment in the region. That, I think, is unexpected by the Trump administration, who I believe genuinely thinks that they hold the upper hand in all of this, and that if anything happens at all, it will be determined by the United States on U.S. rules.
Stephen, what sort of global economy do you think Trump actually wants to see? And do you think that if he somehow perceives that it's doing more harm than good, that he will row back? And I mean, how would he save face? And what would that mean for the global economy? Has the damage already been done?
Well, I don't think all the damage has been done by far. I think what may happen is the stock market will get through to the White House. Some of the businessmen who have been quiet will quietly talk to the White House. With the midterms coming, as Ian said, there may be voter retribution. I mean, voters, you know, want America as Trump has said, to be great again. I'm not sure, if it wasn't great eight years ago, to be honest, but never mind. And this notion that somehow America can define the rules, I think, is just a presidential obsession. And in a way, it's extraordinary, the power of one man's obsession. I think there's going to be turmoil inside the cabinet. There's going to be some people leaving. I think, again, in the end, it may simply be that Trump has nothing more in mind than negotiating deals for what he considers U.S. interests with various countries. So I think, obviously, that the jury is still out. But when he says he's going to persist, he may mean it, but I'm not sure the voters are actually going to live with this, let alone the tech bro boys like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and even Peter Thiel, who have trillions of dollars at stake and may have his ear.
What does all of this mean to the likes of you and I? And I know many people at the moment are so concerned about what they're hearing on the news that they're turning away from the news rather than look. What does it mean for people with money invested in pension funds, which have exposure to the stock markets? What does it mean for people who are working two jobs, the people who are barely making ends meet right now? Should we be worried about what's coming down the road?
Yes, I think we should be worried. I think it means many things that we can't underscore enough how big a regime shift we're seeing in the US. From being a reliable partner for many countries, for the markets, for freer trade, in the post-war period, over 80 years, what's been built has been destroyed in 70 days. The trust will not return quickly in the US leadership. So there's a fundamental shift in that. And Europe certainly gets that very deeply, as do many other countries who were allies of the US. And this is before one talks about countries that were already suspicious of the US. So this is fundamental, and it's changed, I think, for a very long time, at least for a generation. What President Trump calls reciprocal tariffs are not reciprocal, they're unilateral. They were enforced on a complete nonsense precept, which I think will prove to be very, very bad for investors, because such a high share of markets are in the US, much greater than its economic. About 70% of traded stocks in the world are in the US, whereas it's only about 20% of the world economy. So it's the most liquid market. We're seeing already there, but then ripples around the world, how our valuations have been declined. So everyone that has a pension, everyone that has savings in stocks, in equities, is suffering around the world. They've already taken at least a 5% and many much greater hit on those holdings. And this will continue. Over time, I think we're going to be seeing a reinforcement of Asian leadership of the world economy. Within 15 years, it will be at least half of the world economy, growing much more rapidly. This is going to slow the Atlantic down. And for Europe, it is really a critical decision of which way does it go. It's relied so heavily on its links across the Atlantic. And now I think increasingly it's going to need to diversify and reinforce its links with other regions. So for all of us, this is bad news. It certainly spells job losses, slowing economy, higher unemployment, and that's not good for anyone.
All right, Deborah, I have about a minute left, so a short answer if you can give it to me, please. Do you see any reason for optimism here? Is there any bright spot in all of this?
Everyone always wants the silver lining, don't they? But sometimes there isn't one, or if there is, it's sort of small. I think the one silver lining is that the U.S. is not as dominant as it was. And so although there is going to be some real damage from U.S. policies, and that damage will be very concentrated, it doesn't mean that the world itself will stop turning. It doesn't mean that we're going to stop trading, which is good news. And there will be more inter-regional trade, or more trade without the United States, that will, I think, over time, probably be also functioning quite well.
We have to leave it. Many thanks indeed. Ian Goldin, Deborah Elms, and Stephen Erlanger for being with us today. Thank you for watching. You can see the programme again at any time by going to the website at aljazeera.com. For further discussion, join us at our Facebook page at facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And you can join the conversation on X, our handle there at AJ Inside Story. From me, Adrian Finnegan, and the team here in Doha. We'll see you again. Bye for now.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Angry reactions from world leaders after the US president announces new tariffs on all imports. They say Donald Trump's decision is a blow to the world's economy. So could this be the start of a global trade war? And what fallout can people expect? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. President Donald Trump has called it Liberation Day, but world leaders say his new round of tariffs is likely to trigger a global trade war. The White House announced the tariff rates will vary depending on the country, but nearly all nations will ultimately be affected. The move has led to fury in China, dismay in Europe, and confusion around the globe. Trump says the tariffs are payback, a way to free the US from reliance on foreign goods and boost manufacturing in the US. But for now, they're also fueling fears of a recession and making global markets nervous. So how will the world economy manage, and will trading partners drift further away from the US and build alliances elsewhere? All of these issues will be part of the discussion with our guests in just a moment, but first this report by Katia Lopez-Hodoyan.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time.
Shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a new round of tariffs,
they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that.
shock, confusion, and plans for retaliation followed around the globe. The European Union, a longtime ally of the U.S., warns the global economy will be damaged.
There seems to be no order in the disorder, no clear path through the complexity and chaos that is being created as all U.S. trading partners are hit.
With trading partners now treated as adversaries by Trump's administration, many are questioning his game plan.
This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy, and it will push up costs for American households.
From Japan to Australia, Cambodia to Vietnam, Trump's imposition of tariffs are making world markets nervous and fueling fears of a global recession.
It would make goods produced in the U.S. more expensive and therefore less competitive on international markets and less affordable in the domestic American market.
Trump says the tariffs are payback and a way to bring manufacturing back to the United States. Reactions from the public in the U.S. are mixed.
I think the tariffs are completely counterproductive. I think that we have been very successful engaging with the world, and to isolate ourselves is a backward move.
I'm very optimistic about it. I do feel that if other countries require tariffs, I think it's only right that we should as well.
But some analysts warn Trump's tariffs could backfire. Feeling pushed out, many countries could shift away from the U.S. and turn to China, making Beijing the geopolitical winner.
That's a 10. That's a good one.
By seemingly pushing allies aside, some are questioning whether Trump's America First motto will also mean America only. Katia Lopez-Hodoyan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of this further with our guest today. And in New York, we have Stephen Okun. He's founder and chief executive of APAC Network Advisors, a sustainability and public affairs consultancy. In London, Philippe Legrand, a political economist and senior visiting fellow at the London School of Economics European Institute. And in Henderson, Nevada, we have William Lee, the chief economist at the Milken Institute. Thank you very much for joining us today, gentlemen, on Inside Story. Let me start with you, Stephen. A quote from Donald Trump. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. So do you agree? Is this economic liberation for the US or a recipe for global financial depression?
I agree with his first sentence. This is a really important, significant day. It's a day that could mark the destruction of the global trading system that's been built up literally for 8 decades since World War II. Donald Trump, in less than 100 days of his second term, is smashing it. And that is what his intention has been. He believes that the United States is stronger when it works bilaterally with every country, when it can take advantage of its economic and military might vis-a-vis every country, as opposed to recognizing that being part of an international rules-based system is what made the United States the key economic power for the last, decades and decades. He's destroying it, and it is really going to be years before we figure out what's going to happen and how bad it's going to be. We know it is going to be bad. It is going to be bad for the United States. It's going to be bad for the global economy.
OK, well, you're pretty clear there. Philippe, in London, we've seen a market meltdown taking place in Asia, in Europe and in the US. Now, some will question whether the stock market is a good indicator here, but it's worth remembering that it was, throughout his first term, Trump's own indicator, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, markets are not the only indicator, but so far their reaction has been negative. And it's quite telling that US share prices have fallen further than have European or indeed Asian ones. And I think that's because the harmful impact of this, while it's going to be significant for the global economy, is going to be even greater for the US. So Trump, he is declaring economic independence. He's actually shooting himself and his fellow Americans in the foot. And they're going to pay the price in terms of higher prices, not just for consumer goods, but also every American company that imports inputs from abroad is going to pay a higher price, and that's going to make them less competitive globally, not more. They're going to pay a higher price in slower growth, higher unemployment, and the potential for stagflation, that toxic combination of depressed growth or even recession with higher inflation. And as you and our first speaker both said, it's going to alienate the United States from its traditional allies, who at best now are wary of it and potentially are being pushed into China's arms.
Well, two of you have pretty clear views on this. Let's go to William now. You're chief economist at the Milken Institute. I'm told that you broadly agree this is a good plan, and you're going against the grain of a lot of other economists around the world. This is going to be a real test, is it not, of economic theory, because this is now going to be put into practice before our eyes. Do you have any doubts that you might be wrong here? And how much of a gamble do you think this is by Trump?
Well, I think the first thing to do is to recognize that it's not just tariff policy alone that got Donald Trump elected as president of the United States. He promised to try to restructure the U.S. and global trading system and economic system in a way that will benefit American income and job growth, and at the same time secure supply lines in a way that reduces vulnerabilities, not just the United States, but for the rest of the world. So, and tariff policies are just one aspect of a policy package of reducing the size of government, lowering tax rates, lowering regulations, and having fewer regulations, and to entice foreign investors to want to invest in the United States. That's the package. And analogous to a cardiologist that treats a patient with atrial fibrillation, a heart condition, he'll prescribe rat poison, which is called Coumadin, and to thin the blood, and also a package of treatment that tries to make the patient healthier by changing diets and changing other regimes of the patient's living. That's what Donald Trump is doing. We are seeing the use of rat poison right now in a judicious way, because we could discuss later how much the tariffs will really stay where they are now. But also, he's lowering taxes, reducing size of government, and having fewer regulations put in place. That's the package, and we haven't seen the rest of it put in place yet. And we're all focusing on this one aspect of the use of rat poison, and everyone agrees rat poison is poisonous and can kill somebody if you use it in the wrong way. Donald Trump, I think, is trying to use it in the way a cardiologist uses rat poison, which is to treat a patient to make him healthier.
Stephen, I'm not sure I would like to be treated with rat poison, but in terms of Trump's aims here, the big aim and what appealed, I think, to so many people who voted for him is that he was going to bring back jobs in the US. He was going to restore manufacturing. Do you really think that's going to happen, even if we play this down the line and, these companies think we've got no alternative but to produce this in the US? Are we going to get new steel plants and clothing factories, but this time they'll be operated by robots and AI?
Well, I mean, there's two different issues you look at. First, targeted tariffs can work. Targeted tariffs against China where it was deserved worked in Trump 1.0. It worked when President Biden kept those tariffs and increased them. But what Donald Trump's doing now is not trying to get manufacturing back to the United States with these types of tariffs. You don't tariff your partners and friends like Australia, like Singapore, where you actually have a trade surplus. But William, that makes no sense. That is not rat poison. There's no logic to this. There's no logic to putting tariffs on places that don't even have people living there. And so this is not a significant, well thought through trade and tariff policy. This is just a blanket approach that is going to be contradictory to what Donald Trump wants to do. Donald Trump says he wants to bring manufacturing back to the United States, but a global tariff of 10% on everybody is not the way to get there. And we have to remember that this isn't going to stop with the United States. The Europeans, the Canadians, the Japanese, the Mexicans, the Koreans, they're going to start tariffing the United States as well. China's going to tariff the United States. Others are going to tariff China. And this global trade war where we enter into a period of stagflation, potentially, a word we hadn't used, probably since Jimmy Carter was president, that is not the way that you are going to help the United States economy.
William, I want your response to that, because Donald Trump can clearly control his actions, but he can't control the reaction, can he? He's had his Treasury Secretary who's gone on television saying, everybody sit back, do not retaliate.
Well, the whole point of putting the concept of reciprocal tariffs is that we don't want a trade war, and Donald Trump says, just do the right thing and come to negotiate with us, and the tariffs will go down the minute your trade barriers go down. So there really is a huge option which Donald Trump has put out there to negotiate and to get to the point of how to entice foreign production into the United States. This whole measure is to say, we're making the United States so attractive for you that profits are going to be very high if you come here, because we have a smaller government interference, a robust private sector, fewer regulations to deal with, and lower taxes. And at the same time, if you produce here, we will give you a tariff wall to protect your production here. And so if you choose to be a partner, you get all these benefits. If you choose to be a competitor, you will face a tariff wall. And I think that's the choice that's being given to everyone. And I think it's presumptuous for everyone to say retaliation will be higher tariffs and the world will get worse and we'll plunge ourselves into a depression. It's exactly the opposite that Donald Trump is trying to incentivize, which is to say, come, reduce barriers on both sides, and we will both benefit. This is a time and a great opportunity now to restructure the post-World War II trading system, which has worked well for a while, but now in the 21st century, with trade so different than it was back then, we need to restructure the trading system in a way that benefits everyone. And this is a great time to renegotiate and to do it actually on a bilateral rather than multilateral basis, because we've seen in the past the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the WTO-type procedures don't work because of the tyranny of the minority, right? You get a whole bunch of people together. It takes a long time to agree on something, and whatever you agree on is a tiny little portion of what really matters, because no one can agree on the big issues, and negotiations of that sort take forever. Bilateral deals, bilateral treaties, free trade agreements are very quickly negotiated between two partners, and they can be renegotiated if circumstances change. And I think that's the flexibility that Donald Trump wants to introduce into the global trading system.
Philippe, you're there in London. Tell us how they are calibrating this, both in the UK and Europe, how they will decide on their response, because I would assume that a global trade war hurts everyone, but there'll be others that are saying that Donald Trump only really responds to tough action.
Well, I'd just like to quickly respond to the previous point, which is, of course, it's not obvious at all that Trump's aim is to negotiate lower tariffs with other countries. It seems to me that he is basing his pledge to cut taxes on the basis of ongoing tariff revenue, which would mean that the tariffs would be sustained. If he is serious that he thinks that he's going to repatriate manufacturing to the US, something which is questionable, those tariffs need to be sustained for that to work. They're not something that could be negotiated down. The very premise of them actually is false, because they're being imposed on the basis of so-called reciprocity, when actually it's an arbitrary calculation that the US government has made, and they're not actually offsetting real unfairness, but actually imagined unfairness according to a bogus calculation. Now, does that make retaliation optimal? Well, I believe in free trade. I think free trade has worked very well for the United States, and it has worked very well for Asia and for Europe and for global prosperity over the past 80 years. Yes, there are things that could be improved, notably the treatment of China. But overall, I think most of the issues that exist between the US and the EU can be resolved through negotiation. Okay, is it optimal to retaliate? No, because you're imposing costs on yourself. Will the EU retaliate? Yes, because Donald Trump is a bully, and you need to be seen to stand up to a bully. I think the bigger question is, does the rest of the world want to try to hold on to its trade to the United States, or does it conclude that actually Donald Trump is unreliable, aggressive, and therefore it makes sense to try and disentangle yourself from the United States? And that's certainly the conclusion that Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has made.
Stephen, let me take you back to that event in the Rose Garden in the White House, because it was a performance. Some have said it was a bit like a game show, holding up a scoreboard of all the different countries and unveiling their tariffs. And while you answer this question, we're going to pop up those tariffs around the world so that people can look at them. But he seemed to take relish in unveiling what probably will amount to economic pain and misery for many. Let me read you a quote. For years, hard-working American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. And yet, look at some of the tariffs and the countries they're on. For example, Cambodia, a tariff rate set by Trump at 49%. That's a nation where 18% of the population are below the poverty line. Let's turn to Africa, and there are lots of examples in Africa. Lesotho, where they've set a rate of 50%. That's a country that has the second highest level of HIV infection in the world. And in fact, the health workers dealing with HIV there, 1,500 of them, were cut recently because of Trump's cuts to US AID. What do you make of the way some of these most struggling countries in the world have been targeted?
This is just the Donald Trump view of the world, is that you look at trade from a trade imbalance perspective, and that's all that counts, and that it's isolated. You don't look at geopolitics. You don't look at where the U.S. should be working with allies and partners. And so if you want to talk about Southeast Asia, let's talk about Cambodia for a moment, which Cambodia imports about $350 million from the United States. I mean, Cambodia is exporting almost to the United States. That's where its economy lies. This isn't about reciprocity. It's just looking at a formula and hammering Cambodia. And this is really, really going to hurt Cambodia. And you want to try and have some relationship with Cambodia. It's in Southeast Asia. It's in ASEAN. ASEAN is a key balance to China. Yet you put this tariff on Cambodia. There is nothing that is going to help the United States from this, and it is only going economically, and it's only going to hurt Cambodia. Same thing with Vietnam. Vietnam is probably one of the two most critical countries in Southeast Asia when it comes to U.S.-China competition, Vietnam and the Philippines being the other. You should be trying to work with Vietnam. In attacking Vietnam with these types of tariffs is going to hurt the U.S. geopolitically. It isn't going to help the U.S. economically. And so all of these tariffs were done through this lens of I think it was bogus formula is what we heard earlier. I mean, it's some number based on 2024 without a lot of thought going into it. And so this is going to have a really harmful impact, not only economically, but geopolitically on the United States, especially in a large portion of Asia and Southeast Asia.
So, William, let me pick up one of those points. Vietnam, for example. Let's take Vietnam as an example. And they're now going to get a 46% tariff. This is a country that's been an amazing economic success story ever since the US lifted its embargo that was from the time of the Vietnam War. In fact, I was in Vietnam and saw the transformation in the immediate aftermath of that. Nowadays, Vietnam last year produced about a third of the footwear that was imported into the US. Nike produces half its footwear from Vietnam. So with a 46% tariff, this is all going to be huge cost for American consumers buying their shoes, is it not?
Well, let's make sure we understand why these tariffs are set the way they are. They are supposed to be a way of getting all the trade restrictions that we face as exporters into one number and to deal with tariff barriers as well as non-tariff barriers. And the way it was calculated was, in a way, outlined in his book, The Art of the Deal, which is say, let's start with an opening position, which says, look, this is what we think you're doing to us. Let's negotiate what you really are doing to us. And Vietnam is a good example of what reciprocity really means. Vietnam is now offered to lower its trade barriers, both tariff and non-tariff barriers to the United States. And I'm sure that those negotiations, once they take place, will be a much lower effective tariff rate for Vietnam than you see in these opening round numbers. Cambodia, that's a very interesting case because Cambodia was hit so hard, mainly because Cambodia is now the recipient of a huge number of Chinese factories that have moved into Cambodia with the sole purpose of just relabeling Made in China as Made in Cambodia without actually having the domestic content that really says is Made in Cambodia. And I think that tariff, the tariff that's on Cambodia recognizes the way that Chinese companies are trying to sneak around the barriers that they face as direct exporters to the United States. So I think these are
what about
numbers
the point?
you have to put together.
What about the point that Stephen made about the methodology behind these figures? People are questioning exactly how they came to these figures in the first place. And if you look at the list of countries that are there, I mean, I'd never heard of the Heard and McDonald Islands until this came out, and that's because no one lives there. Only penguins. It's a 2-week boat journey from Perth in Australia, or the British Indian Ocean Territory, known as the Chagos Islands by most people. Well, all that's there is a US military base. I mean, there seems to be a lack of attention to detail in the way they've done this. Does that not mean we shouldn't have too much confidence in it?
As I said, the numbers were calculated in a very rapid, in fact, a very clever way of saying these are the trade imbalances we face bilaterally. Let's explain why they are trying to do so by the level of imports. And if that's not the case, that's when we sit down and negotiate. These are, as I said, opening round numbers. And in The Art of the Deal, he's always said you start with a very strong, almost outrageous position, and you negotiate down to reality. And that allows both sides to speak independently. And I think the way that you treat this initial round is as an initial round. Donald Trump and Commerce Secretary Lutnick, everyone in the cabinet says, give us a call. Let's talk about what it is that we're doing together, and it'll be both our benefits to reduce barriers on both sides, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But I think you shouldn't be so outraged that the initial calculations are done in some quick and arbitrary fashion. He's had to deal with all of our trading partners, and he doesn't have the staff to go through lawyer by lawyer all of the trade details that have been put in place because, quite frankly, the non-tariff barriers and the legal barriers and regulatory barriers are huge, and you certainly can't sort through that in 3 days or the 3 weeks that Donald Trump has really been in office doing this stuff. So
okay,
again,
hang on. Let me bring in Philippe on that. It was all done very quickly because he's only been in office for a few weeks. Hang on, he's been campaigning on this since, throughout his time campaigning for president this time around, and certainly he's got a lot of people around him. Are you surprised about the way this was all calculated, and does that give you further misgivings? You already have misgivings about the whole strategy here.
Well, I think that it's a big con. I think the word reciprocal is simply untrue. And indeed, the graphic that you were showing, which is that basically the US is being fair because these are the tariffs that we face, and we're only posing an additional tariff worth half of that on the rest of the world, is bogus. It's simply not true. It's not an estimation. The EU does not charge a 39% tariff or 39% non-tariff barriers to the US, justifying a 20% tariff on the EU. It's just a made-up figure, and I hope that media organizations don't continue using the word reciprocal, because it gives undue credence to what is actually an arbitrary decision and simply based on an erroneous view that imports are bad and that countries that run bilateral trade surpluses with the US, which happen for all sorts of reasons, are somehow evidence of injustice to which it is justified, therefore, to slap huge tariffs. It's just not true economically, and it's counterproductive geopolitically.
Stephen, I'd like to give you one more Trump quote as we come towards the end of the discussion. It's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, he was right. How do you think history will judge this?
History will judge this as it is judging most of what Donald Trump does from an economic and certainly an international economic perspective. Look, just because he says something doesn't make it wrong. There is significant concerns about unfair trade coming from China vis-a-vis the United States in particular on economics and on human rights. And to a point William made, said, China is circumventing tariffs by going to Cambodia and shipping it to the U.S. Therefore, we should hammer Cambodia. No, that's not what you should do. If China is circumventing tariffs, then you take the problem to those the goods that are being used against the United States law. There are plenty of ways to do this. To say he's only been president for 6 months, for 60 days, let's ignore U.S. law. Let's find some fig leaf of legal authority, and then hit everybody with these global tariffs and say, and by the way, this is only an opening round. We know it's not realistic. That's not the way you should be doing trade. It's not the way you should be doing international economics. And Donald Trump does have points on unfair trade. Donald Trump does have points that the multilateral system that we've been living with, the WTO, and others, needs to be updated. The way he is doing it, the way this America First trade policy is being implemented, is going to mean that America First becomes America alone. And that is going to be the detriment to the United States if this does not get reversed in significant part over the coming months.
So much more to discuss, and we're going to discuss this if you tune back in 24 hours' time. We'll discuss more on this topic. Thanks to our guests, Stephen Okun, Philippe Leguin, and William Lee. Further coverage of the new Trump administration tariffs will continue here on Al Jazeera. And remember, for more context and analysis, please go to our website, aljazeera.com. What do you make of the tariffs? Your comments are welcome. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or join the conversation on X. You'll find us at AJ Inside Story. Join me, James Bays, here again soon. Until then, from all the team here, stay safe and well. Bye-bye for now.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Globalization has become the driver of international trade, giving both rich and poorer countries a stake in world business. Then came US President Donald Trump's tariffs. Could they torpedo globalization, and what would that mean? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. Many of us have been learning a lot about economics this week, a crash course forced on us by the actions of one man, US President Donald Trump. The tariffs he's imposed on countries around the world have ripped up trade treaties forged over decades. President Trump says the levies will make America wealthy again. Well, they're certainly making people elsewhere very nervous. Globalization has been the biggest driving force for global trade in modern times, removing barriers to allow business across borders and continents. It's had critics too. Some say it reinforces inequality and makes big corporations richer. So is globalization under threat? What would the end of globalization mean for people in different places? Or can the rest of the world find ways of working around the US and President Trump? We'll talk to our panel of experts in just a moment, but first this report from Victoria Gatenby.
Stock markets have plummeted in the past week, causing panic around the world. That's after US President Donald Trump announced tariffs on dozens of countries, which came into effect on Wednesday. With investors fearing a global recession, trillions of dollars have been wiped off the value of the world's biggest companies. China is now facing US trade taxes of 104%. In return, it's imposed duties of 84% on American goods.
Right now, China's paying a 104% tariff. Think of it, 104%. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but they charged us for many items 100%, 125%. Many countries have. They've ripped us off left and right. But now it's our turn to do the ripping.
Trump's economic policy is centred on taxing foreign companies and governments for access to the US market. The tariffs break with decades of free trade agreements and have left global supply chains in a state of flux. They also put the world's two biggest economies, the US and China, on a collision course.
If the US truly wants to resolve issues through dialogue and negotiation, it should adopt an attitude of equality, respect and mutual benefit. If the US disregards the interest of both countries and the international community and insists on engaging in a tariff war and trade war, China will definitely fight to the end.
Others, including the European Union, which faces tariffs of 20%, are still weighing up how to respond. The bloc says it's looking for meaningful engagement with President Trump. The White House has defended the market slump, saying the numbers are merely a snapshot and will change. But many business leaders say consumers will bear the brunt in the form of higher prices and savings lost from pension funds that invest in stock markets.
We're already seeing is some of the softer data, consumer confidence, corporate confidence already slipping. And that has a lot to do with both the level of tariffs, but also the uncertainty around tariffs, and also the uncertainty around other policies, fiscal policy, rule of law, other sort of dynamics.
President Trump says tariffs will make America wealthy again, but many people around the world risk becoming poorer in the process. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, now let's bring in our panel of guests who will explain the complex economics so we all understand it. And in Beijing, we have Shirley Yu, as Senior Visiting Fellow at the London School of Economics. Melanie Brussela is the US Program Director at the think tank Commonwealth. She's joining us from State College in Pennsylvania. And in London, Chris Wiefer, the CEO of the consultancy Macro Advisory, which focuses on Russia and Eurasia. Welcome to all three of you, and thank you for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let me start with you, Melanie. We're going to talk about globalization and how this all affects globalization. That's the issue of the day. But first, I want to just look at where things stand. We're now past the 1 week mark since President Trump stood in the Rose Garden of the White House proclaiming Liberation Day. Are we now in a fully fledged trade war?
Yeah, I'd say that today is perhaps a more important day than last week's Liberation Day, just because the tariffs were announced last week but are only being implemented today. I think that there had been a lot of hope amongst financial markets and everyday Americans that this would be rolled back and that it wouldn't be fully implemented. But as of right now, it seems that that is not the case and that Trump is moving forward with these quite aggressive tariffs. in global context, we've yet to see how many countries will respond. I think until this point, many countries have been seeking to negotiate with Donald Trump, but have been doing so in a pretty chaotic mood, just because Trump has been quite all over the place in terms of signaling whether or not there was room for negotiation, and if so, what would be even the terms upon which to engage with that by countries. And so I think that today is the real day of reckoning in terms of seeing these being implemented.
So, Shirley, in Beijing, the tariffs on China raised to an amazing 104%. China's not backing down. In fact, they have now put tariffs on US goods up to 84%. Chinese officials saying they will fight to the end. How's this all seen in Beijing? A game of chicken, it seems. Who's going to blink first?
Exactly. It seems like U.S. and China are currently on an economic collision course. And of course, it'll be equally, I think, economically devastating for both countries. In the U.S., I think within a matter of days, consumers are going to feel a sharp price spike on many items that they are routinely purchasing, from fashion to toys to gadgets, electronics to pharmaceuticals. But also within China, export is 20% of China's economy, and the export sector employs 200 million people. And at the same time, we have the U.S., China's export to the United States, although diminishing, still accounting for 15% of China's total export, which translates to 2.3% of China's GDP. So the impact on China is going to be the potential loss of jobs, closure of factories, the exodus of multinationals, and potentially the cost on social stability.
Chris, I've seen some experts saying that China may consider a full decoupling from the United States. Is that a possibility? And can tariffs go any higher? Does it make any sense if they go any higher? Or will all trade just stop?
Well, I mean, what's happened already doesn't make any sense from an economic point of view. A full-blown trade war, the scale of tariffs that we've seen, all of which can risk a global recession, if it continues along this path. And in terms of decoupling, well, I guess it's the question you raised earlier about globalization. Is globalization now over? First of all, bear in mind that globalization as a concept has been at least being questioned since COVID, since 2020. We had massive, of course, global trade disruptions in 2020 because of COVID, and the whole idea or concept of globalization was questioned then.
Okay, let me interrupt you quickly, Chris, if I may, because we're talking about globalization, and I've seen lots of different definitions of what globalization means, because some define it as going way beyond trade, the increasing connectedness of world cultures and economy. What's your view of what the term actually means before we continue talking about it?
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't agree with the idea of expanding it beyond industry and trade. As you say, I think that a lot of people have jumped on the bandwagon talking about cultural exchanges, etc. I think that's a step too far. But globalization, as we're now talking about, means kind of free global trade. It means that you can make a product in any country in the world and sell it to any other country. It means that parts of a particular product are made in some countries, are brought together and assembled in another country and then sold around the world. So it's that free movement of components, of products, of people, of capital. That's, I suppose, the definition of globalization. And that has been under serious threat since COVID, and it's now under massive threat because of what's happening because of US tariffs. We are very likely, in my opinion, to see the end of the discussion about globalization and the emergence of discussion about regionalization, where countries kind of look closer within the regions, within Europe, say China and Asia, and are no longer looking at globalization in the sense that we previously thought, which is global free trade.
Melanie, is it just about free trade? Or, I mean, if you go beyond the modern era, there certainly was an increasingly smaller world for all of recorded history. You could argue with some of the definitions that colonialism was a form of globalization, countries going to other countries to plunder resources.
Yes, certainly. And I think that it's important to note that some of the institutions that are commonly associated with contemporary or more recent globalization were first created during a period of formal colonization. For example, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund were formed post-war as part of the Bretton Woods Agreement. And at that time, many countries were still under formal colonial control. I think in terms of thinking about this current moment, it's important to keep in mind that, as you've said, globalization or global trade and global flow of production has been a mainstay of modern economic systems. But I think that what is notable at this moment is that we had a period of global economic restructuring in terms of really concrete building projects, in terms of building out policies and corporate strategies that were centered around this project of globalization. And I think that we're in a moment now where we will be seeing another round of rebuilding. I think that often common understanding of globalization, as we've kind of seen in the 80s and 90s moving into the early 2000s, there's I think a kind of common conception that markets are sort of this laser beam of activity and energy, and globalization was a matter of just deregulating that and moving trade barriers, as opposed to globalization being this really active project to build institutions and processes that would allow corporations as main actors to be moving production in a global network, and also states to be intervening in that process as well with their own development strategies. I think there's quite a lot of agency.
Yeah, Melanie, staying with you, I mean, there's an expression, a rising tide lifts all boats, which I've heard in connection with globalization, but this has not been beneficial to all people around the world, has it? And that's exactly what Trump is arguing. He wants to protect his voters. For example, in the US Rust Belt, where you are. So given his policies, what he's done over the last week, are the steel mills coming back to Pennsylvania, do you think, anytime soon?
No, certainly not. I mean, I think that tariffs in general can be used in an industrial policy toolkit to be supporting manufacturing, both expanding it in a general sense, but also to be undertaking important processes like decarbonization or moving towards higher tech production. But the tariffs that Donald Trump has announced are incredibly aggressive and untargeted, and they're not being met with any other sort of industrial policy that might support investment in manufacturing, such as public financing, public procurement, policies that subsidize consumer demand. And I think, if anything, we're going to be seeing a decrease in demand, just aggregate demand in the U.S. context, because we're moving into a quite chaotic and recessionary moment. I think that what we're most likely to see is that any corporation that had been invested in the U.S. would be quite hesitant to expand production, and most corporations are going to be quite reluctant to invest in the U.S. in general right now, not just production, but just kind of any economic activity, just because the situation is so volatile and so aggressive. I think that even as Trump has been announcing these aggressive tariffs, it's still quite all over the place in terms of what the final state and structure of this is going to look like, if there's room for negotiation, if there'll be any rollback, or if there'll be further policy announcements. I think that for the most part, the business community is going to be quite reluctant to do anything in the U.S. They're going to be taking an approach that's kind of waiting and seeing, and will likely not be making any kind of major investment decisions until there's at least the removal of Trump from office, if not some sort of congressional check on his ability to roll out tariffs.
Shirley, in Beijing, as you look at globalization, there have been many innovations in recent decades. Air freight connections getting more fast and efficient, containerization, every kind of goods and commodity can be loaded into a shipping container around the world. Then, of course, the big revolution of the last 20 or more years, the internet, email, mobile phones, communications, instant, cheap and efficient, and an integration of supply chains. None of these things can be uninvented, can they?
I agree with you. Globalization is not dead. Globalization, as we understand it, is simply obsolete. The globalization, the question you asked earlier, is actually multifaceted. It involves an integrated global markets for trading goods, a global market for trading services, and also a global market for trade of production inputs, which include talents, capital, but also intellectual properties. So this globalization era post the Cold War has been underpinned in the dollar's global dominance, global physical trading goods, and more importantly, the removal of tariff and non-tariff barriers. And I think the coming era of globalization is going to hinge on AI, cloud, industrial automation, robotics, and also the decentralized global finance. So I think on this very point, Trump and the Xi, they actually see the same vision. China and the U.S. both possess a part of the advantages in this incumbent global industrial revolution. China has the manufacturing capabilities, but the U.S. is really great in leading global technological innovation. So both sides need to make up for their shortcomings. And in this process, I think a new global trade order will begin to emerge.
Chris, there in London, where you are, officials at the Prime Minister's office in Downing Street said this week, the world has changed. Globalization is over, and we're now in a new era. Your reaction?
Well, I think, as our colleague from Beijing had just said, if you look at globalization in the kind of narrow context, which I explained earlier, which is simply about trade and manufacturing in one location, selling to another, then I think that's certainly, well, I'd hate to use the word dead, but it's certainly, that has materially changed. And we're moving into a different era for sure. But, you know, if we look at what President Trump is assuming in simple terms, he's assuming that if he makes the import foreign-made goods so expensive that U.S. consumers won't buy them or will prefer to buy U.S. manufactured goods, and therefore U.S. companies will move quickly to shut down their overseas operations and start manufacturing in the U.S. That's in simple terms, I guess, is what he's trying to achieve. But you have kind of an enormous number of assumptions with that. How long it will take? Our colleague from Pennsylvania said that nobody's going to invest while there's so much uncertainty. And you are looking at a period where there is a high risk of a recession in the U.S., certainly stagflation at best, and probably with a lag the same in other global markets. So in that sense, you know, we are looking at not an efficient transition, as President Trump, I think, would like to assume. We are looking at something that's going to be a global mess for many years. And what comes out of that is yet to be seen. But we are definitely heading for a mess if this situation continues as he has outlined it and the responses that we're seeing from other countries.
Melanie, I was talking about a rising tide earlier on. I'm going to throw another water analogy at you, which I've seen in recent days. Free trade is like water. If there are blockages or obstructions, it will flow around them. Can China, the EU, India and others work around the US?
Yes, so I think that had been the hope of many countries before the full suite of tariffs had been announced. Donald Trump implemented tariffs during his first administration, largely targeted towards China, which I think were relatively tame in comparison to what has been implemented. And the fact that they were only implemented towards China meant that corporations like Apple, which had really heavily invested their productive capacities in China across recent decades, were able to slightly shift their production towards Vietnam and India, sort of rerouting against the tariffs without having to move production to the United States, which would be much more expensive. I think that with these tariffs that have been announced last week, we've seen really, really staggeringly high tariffs imposed upon India, Cambodia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, basically the whole of the region in Southeast Asia. And so I think that it will be much more difficult for corporations like Apple and others that are US homed but have globalized production to be able to reroute to other countries to be able to still do production in a globalized manner without, moving to the United States. I think that we'll likely see is a question not just for countries but for corporate strategists and planners, to what extent tariffs will be absorbed by their own balance sheets, meaning that they will just simply have lower profits for the time being, whether they'll raise prices that consumers will then be facing. There's some level of negotiation, I think, that Trump has signaled for countries to be increasing their imports of U.S. goods, which can be quite challenging for countries that are more middle income or lower income, just because they might lack the income to be purchasing U.S. goods, or lacking the foreign exchange capacity, which could pose balance of payments issues for them. But I think that in general, we're going to be seeing a lot of creativity, but also quite a lot of difficulty to be able to, on the fly, in a very quick manner, being able to reroute the entire global production and consumption nexus the way that Trump seems to be imagining will happen overnight through these tariffs.
Shirley, on Monday, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that the EU would now focus like a laser beam on the 83% of global trade that's beyond the US. Can you see a kickstart now in trading relations between the EU and China?
Well, EU is one of the largest trading partners for China, actually the second largest right after ASEAN. So as you can see, although China's export to the United States accounts for only 15% of its export total, but actually China exports lots of intermediary products to third countries, with the final market being the United States. And so this morning we already saw that Vietnam launched anti-dumping investigations on Chinese steel products. And so I think there is going to be an increasing effort by the Trump administration to force third countries to potentially impose tariff or non-tariff barriers on Chinese manufacturing in respective markets. And given that being said, EU has proposed a zero for zero tariff regime, but we have to understand what President Trump comes from, what his end game really is. What President Trump wants to have is essentially to raise a tariff so high in order to move global manufacturing back to the United States. And that applies to the EU, which means that a lot of the cutting edge technological and manufacturing industries are going to move from the EU markets back to the United States. Is that a scenario that the EU wants to see? So given that situation, I don't think a zero for zero tariff regime between the US and EU is going to happen anytime soon. So a good proposal for all countries really who are subject to tariffs globally is really to think from the maximizing national interest perspective to come up with policies that are rational. So therefore for EU, definitely to maintain a strong relationship and the resilient relationship with one of its largest trading partners, that is China, is in its best interest.
Chris, I mean, China has lots of things that it needs to sell. Do you have concerns that there'll be other countries that are worried about China offloading its products on them at cheap prices? And could this then lead to other countries putting tariffs on China? So this whole thing continues and cascades.
Yeah, I think that's the real danger, because we have focused a lot, and there's been a lot of commentary on the US, where essentially the impact will be that imported goods are going to rise significantly in price, adding to US inflation. Probably will cut demand, as our colleagues have said, from US consumers, but there'll be a big lag in the substitution. In other words, the US made alternatives. There'll be a big lag of many, many years. So you really do run the risk both of high inflation in the US and a slowdown in the economy. And if you look at the rest of the world, it's the opposite, where, obviously big manufacturers like China and others who are no longer able to sell their goods to the US will be looking for other markets, essentially, say, looking to dump them into those markets, where for a short time, European consumers will benefit perhaps from cheaper goods coming in, but EU countries will have to raise barriers to protect their own industries. So you do get a cascade effect. You almost like the opposite effect between the US and say the other big market, Europe and Asia, but ultimately they all end up with the same problem, which is a big reduction in demand, higher prices generally, and a slowdown in the global economy. There's one other factor I'd like to raise. Just you mentioned China, of course. The other issue with China is that China is the biggest source of, I guess, what we're now called critical minerals, rare earth minerals, for the global economy, for the US and Europe. These are materials that are essential in the manufacture of consumer appliances like, say, mobile phones, in the defense industry, and generally in high-tech industries. China has not banned the export, but has put licensing requirements, which effectively will slow down the export of these critical materials to the US. And again, that's another factor I think that needs to be considered. It's not just a case of how long it will take for US manufacturers to return to the US, but when they do, will they actually be able to have the critical materials, particularly in the technology sectors, to be able to continue to make their products and to make them competitively?
Melanie, I'd like to end this discussion on an upbeat note, but I can't think of anything to discuss that's upbeat. Many analysts say a US recession is a strong possibility. How likely is a global recession or global depression now?
Yeah, I think that we're still in quite early days, but it does seem that in the US, at least, we're facing a stagflationary situation where we'll have a recession as well as increasing prices. I think in global context, we'll certainly see a fluctuation in global demand, just because there'll be many countries and consumers that are just reluctant to engage in economic activity, and we're seeing such a dramatic, whipsaw effect in the economy that it will have quite serious effects. But that said, I think that in terms of perhaps being able to, on a hopeful note, I think that Trump's actions are quite aggressive, and they bode so poorly for the U.S. and global economy. But I think that it's also a moment to be putting forward constructive visions of what both the U.S. and global economy can look like post-Trump, just because he will have brought such a wrecking ball to both, that I think that we should be in a position to be thinking about what does economic prosperity, global order, and economic security look like in the 21st century. And I think that this is a moment to be really putting forward hopeful visions into this situation.
You mentioned there stagflation. Worth telling our viewers that is stagnation and inflation at the same time. Very, very grim. Thanks to our guests, Shirley Yu, Melanie Brusseler, and Chris Weafer. Events are moving fast, and so are the markets. Stay tuned to Al Jazeera for continuing coverage with even more analysis on our website, aljazeera.com. What do you think? Post your views on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or use X. Find us at AJ Inside Story. I'll be back here very soon. Until next time, from me, James Bays, and all the team, stay safe. Bye-bye for now.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
तो OBS में मैं इस फीचर का काफ़ी टाइम से वेट कर रहा था और फाइनली ये था। सब कुछ आप एक OBS के अंदर मैनेज कर सकते हो। आज की इस वीडियो में आप लोगों को मैं यही बताने वाला हूँ। उस देखोगे यहाँ पे चीज़ें भी थोड़ी सी बदल चुकी हैं, ठीक है। तो जैसे कि अगर आप देखोगे यहाँ पे आउटपुट के अंदर जाओगे तो हमारी मेन स्ट्रीम चल रही है, उसके लिए मैं ट्रैक 1 रख देता हूँ लाइव। एंड आप लोगों को हमेशा जो की रहेगी वो हमेशा देखोगे हमारे पास सेकंड जो था फीड वो भी आना स्टार्ट हो चुकी है, जो कि यूट्यूब शॉर्ट्स की थी। तो दो स्ट्रीम ऑल मैं अपना पुराना चैनल सेलेक्ट भी यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। नाम भी चेंज कर देता हूँ 720, सॉरी यहाँ पे 270 हो गया, चलो कोई बात। तो यहाँ पे मैं मीडिया स्क्रॉल करूँगी तो आपकी जो स्ट्रीम है वो स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। अगेन से आप लोगों ने इसका टाइटल वगैरह सेटअप कर
Leonem decimum quartum. La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi. Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto, una pace disarmata e una pace disarmante, umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio, Dio che ci ama a tutti incondizionalmente. Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi quella voce debole ma sempre coraggiosa di Papa Francesco che benediva Roma. Il Papa che benediva Roma dava la sua benedizione al mondo intero quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua. Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione. Dio ci vuole bene, Dio vi ama tutti e il male non prevarrà. Siamo tutti nelle mani di Dio. Pertanto, senza paura, uniti, mano nella mano con Dio e tra di noi, andiamo avanti. Siamo discepoli di Cristo. Cristo ci precede. Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce. L'umanità necessita di Lui come il ponte per essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore. Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti con il dialogo, con l'incontro, unendoci tutti per essere un solo popolo, sempre in pace. Grazie a Papa Francesco. Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali che hanno scelto me per essere successore di Pietro e camminare insieme a voi come Chiesa unita, cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia, cercando sempre lavorare come uomini e donne fedeli a Gesù Cristo, senza paura, per proclamare il Vangelo, per essere missionari. Sono un figlio di Sant'Agostino, di Roma. Un saluto speciale. Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una Chiesa missionaria, una chiesa che costruisce i ponti, il dialogo, sempre aperta a ricevere, come questa piazza con le braccia aperte, a tutti coloro che hanno bisogno della nostra carità, la nostra presenza, il dialogo, l'amore. Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo a todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú. Donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para seguir siendo Iglesia fiel de Jesucristo. A tutti voi, fratelli e sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il mondo, vogliamo essere una Chiesa sinodale, una Chiesa che cammina, una Chiesa che cerca sempre la pace, cerca sempre la carità, cerca sempre di essere vicino specialmente a coloro che soffrono. Oggi, il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei. Nostra Madre Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino, aiutarci con la sua intercessione e il suo amore. Allora vorrei pregare insieme a voi. Preghiamo insieme per questa nuova missione, però per tutta la Chiesa, per la pace nel mondo, e chiediamo questa grazia speciale di Maria, nostra Madre. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Il Santo Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti e a quelli che ricevono la sua benedizione a mezzo della radio, della televisione e delle altre tecnologie di comunicazione, concede l'indulgenza plenaria nella forma stabilita dalla Chiesa. Preghiamo Dio Onnipotente perché conservi a lungo il Papa a guida della Chiesa e conceda pace e unità alla Chiesa in tutto il mondo.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus, ipsi intercedat pro nobis ad Dominum. Amen. Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis, Beati Michaelis Arcangeli, Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et Pauli et omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Amen. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.